You're set?
All right, you're all set.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm State Senator Marilyn Moore. I'm co-chairing this with, and my rankings are here. I'm sorry. I'm looking for my co-chair.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I lost you off the screen for a moment. So are there any comments from my co-chairs?
No, just happy Wednesday, everybody. And the agency meetings have been going swimmingly. We're learning a lot about the needs across our districts and our agencies, and look forward to today's session.
Thank you. And for my ranking, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am good to go and looking forward to hearing each of the agencies and what they're looking to have improved. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Piscopo, my ranking from the House.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to be here. Thank all the members for being here, and thanks the staff for your help today. Thank you.
Yes, I do want to thank the staff for helping us. And you know, we're a new group of people for this session on the bonding. So we're working together. I think it's turning out pretty good. We've had 2 sessions so far, and this is our 3rd session. So our first person to be here today, and if you can just let me know who's with you, is the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And who will lead and who are the members?
Great. So thank you so much, Senator Moore. I'm Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner of DEEP, and here I have a cast of many of our star players from DEEP who are going to be assisting and responding to questions. We have more than 15 capital programs across our department, ranging across a variety of different programs in which we serve the public. And so with us today to help answer questions are, I'll just introduce a few because I know your time is short, and then I'll introduce them as they respond to questions. But our Chief of our Bureau of Central Services, Dennis Thibodeau, is here with us, as well as Betsy Wingfield, who's our Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Quality. And I also expect our Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Conservation, Mason Trumbull, to be joining us shortly, and as well as many members of their team. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the committee today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you. Well, you have a full hour, so we can have a robust conversation and opportunity to ask questions. All right. Would you like to give your presentation first?
I'm happy to do so. Thank you so much. So Senator Moore and Representative Borer, Senator Martin, Representative Piscopo, and esteemed members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for this opportunity to discuss DEEP's FY 22-23 capital budget. I am just pleased to, have this opportunity to discuss the administration's priorities with respect to the capital budget. The governor has proposed general obligation contributions of $125.55 million in FY 22 and $132.55 million in FY 23. In addition, the governor also recommends a $281 million revenue bond authorizations for FY 23 to support our clean and drinking water fund programs. We always look forward to these discussions, this opportunity to speak to the committee as an opportunity to share what we're doing, how we're advancing our mission, as well as to hear from all of you about the priorities and issues and concerns or concepts that you may have with respect to how DEEP is achieving our mission and serving the public and protecting our natural resources, advancing environmental conservation and energy programs. Our portfolio of programs includes one of the state's largest capital investments, the Clean Water Fund, which is a national model program. It leverages nearly $600 million of federal grants to over $5 billion in state investments in wastewater infrastructure throughout the state of Connecticut. Through the committee's continued support, our investment in improvements to water and wastewater infrastructure is aiding our municipalities, especially more urban communities that are burdened with outdated and outmoded infrastructure. And this investment is making great improvements to water quality, which connects all of our communities and protects public health, the environment, and important recreational resources, and one of the state's most cherished assets, which is the Long Island Sound. We have, again, as I mentioned, 15 capital programs. They support a variety of responsibilities. The Clean Water Fund, which I mentioned, our Deep Infrastructure and State Park Improvements Program, our state-owned dam repair program, our flood and erosion control program, potable water, incinerators in landfills, open space, recreation and natural heritage program, hazardous waste state superfund program, our energy efficiency programs, and our microgrids and resilience grant and loan program. We're delighted to entertain any questions that you may have and look forward to the dialogue on everything that we're doing here in the governor's proposal for this capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will take some questions. And I'll go first to, well, no one has their hand up right now. So let me ask you about the Glastonbury Open Space Project. Has the purchase been completed with the needed funds for the state dollars?
Oh, sorry. For that question, let me turn to Nicole Lovely from our planning division, who's overseeing our open space programs. Nicole?
Thank you, Commissioner. DEEP is currently working on a contract for the purchase of open space and a complementary conservation easement worth $1 million with the town of Glastonbury. And that
What was the timeline on that, Nicole?
well, it was the timeline right now going forward. We actually are going through review processes. We had to work out survey. We had to go back and do some additional survey work. The town had to do some remapping. So as of right now, we're finalizing some of the contract details, and then we'll go back through the Attorney General's office and OPM for sign off on that and the commissioner's signature.
Thank you. Do you see any roadblocks right now on that project?
Not at this point for that $1 million contract.
Okay. I see Representative Mesker's hand up.
Thank you,
Good
Madam
afternoon,
Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Dykes. Good to see you again. We seem to be running into each other all the time between energy and technology and here. Could you scope out in broad terms the 280 some odd million dollars? How much of that is in deep financing are we talking about in relation to infrastructure for sewers versus clean water, et cetera, and the breakdown more or less?
Great. Let me turn to our team. Let's see, Betsy or Graham?
I'm happy to take that, Commissioner. Representative, hello, my name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Bureau Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse.
Okay.
And the funds that you are asking about are about the Clean Water program. It deals with municipal wastewater infrastructure. There's actually two different line items with respect to that. The first is the general obligation bonds, which provide the grant funding for certain types of projects. And the second is the revenue bonds, which supports the loan program and also aids in Department of Public Health's drinking water state revolving loan fund. So the $281 million in fiscal year 2023 is for the revenue side of the equation. We work with the Office of the Treasurer on this program implementation. And based on our estimates, this 281, along with the large unallocated balance, will continue to keep these infrastructure projects moving.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up question to get an idea of the scope, between the technology and et cetera, are we comfortable we're at the best place on both use of solar and or potential methane capture in the sewer plants? I mean, it's not a criticism, it's the technology is evolving. We're looking to try to lower our carbon footprint. And we're a small state. And that while I have nothing but admiration for your work, putting the money to work on the technological. There's only so many plants we're involved in on the municipal side and size-wise. So I'm just wondering if we've got, we're comfortable with national technology on both capture, potentially methane recapture on the sewer treatment plants and or solar. And I don't want to take us too far into the weeds. I just was wanted to take advantage and answer those.
No, thank you for the question. We live in the weeds. We always are trying to speak above the weeds, but we're happy to get down there with you. So absolutely, one of the component pieces of the Clean Water Fund is we look at green infrastructure. So just like you've keenly noted here, ways in which the municipalities can reduce their operating expenses, reduce the carbon footprint. Certainly, a lot of carbon is expended in water and sewer infrastructure. A lot of significant lifts and pumps that need to operate. And one of the things that we do is when we're working with the municipalities through the Clean Water Fund to upgrade their facilities, we are looking at maximizing the efficiencies of those operations. And in certain cases, we actually set asides for our green infrastructure projects that deal with wastewater.
Okay. And last but not least, and I'll leave you with that. I see my Coastal Caucus Commissioner or Chair, Senator Cohen on the line. And the other issue that I finally learned about our sewer treatment plants is that obviously most of them are gravity geolocated or gravity centered. So they're all, I'm wondering just on coastal resiliency within the plans, because the money we're expending, because Commissioner Dykes is always telling me about the fact that we're melting and the water's rising. And I just want to make sure that we're comfortable on the coastal resiliency issue in relation to sewer treatment plants. And how far advanced are we in looking at that for that resiliency with the dollars we're putting in today? I don't want to repeat the dollars because of that risk.
Understood, and another great question, Representative. And we do look at the resiliency of the infrastructure as it is updated, and as municipalities need to continue to maintain and protect those outfalls. Obviously, a lot of them are low-lying, and we have looked at using Clean Water Fund dollars to protect those outfalls. Obviously we don't want the wastewater systems to not be able to operate. We've partnered with Circa, looking at studies on the sewer plants and those that are at the greatest risk, so that we can ensure that those facilities are protected. But you are right, many of these systems are gravity fed. There are lifts throughout the systems to raise it up to, again, use gravity, which is a greener way to move things, convey things than pumps. So definitely is something that we're keenly aware of. And we require that evaluation as part of our funding agreements with municipalities.
And all I'd ask in closing is, going forward on the priority list, that you make sure that resiliency issue becomes one of those priorities. I just don't want to sink $25 or $50 million into a project where we don't have the resiliency going forward. It's, if we have to back up a project for a year or two to make sure we get to resiliency, I want to make sure that we're not no pun intended, sinking dollars into a.
No, absolutely. We agree with you. We want to make sure that these projects have a long lifespan. We have a lot of aged infrastructure in Connecticut, and as we update it, we want this to be state of the art, and as far as efficiency and implementation and environmental protection. So your point is very well taken.
No, thank
And
you.
I'll just add, Representative, to that, the microgrids and resilience grant funding that's also in this recommended capital budget request. This is reflective of the legislation that passed in the special session last year to enable us to expand the types of eligible measures that we can fund under the state's microgrid program to include resilience, including resilience planning. So we're excited to about what could come forward, particularly for assistance to municipalities for planning dollars in order to make sure that we're addressing and future-proofing as much as possible our infrastructure writ large across the state. And certainly with the exciting announcements in Washington today around President Biden's infrastructure plans and federal dollars coming available for resilience investment, we're hopeful that those types of planning dollars, coupled with local match funding that could become available through House Bill 6441, can augment our ability to get those federal investments for resilience planning. But there's so much to say here, but we're also moving forward under Executive Order 3 to begin a vulnerability assessment across state infrastructure to, again, assess vulnerabilities to climate impacts and opportunities for resilience infrastructure. That kind of will be a broader look, but certainly you've heard from Graham the steps that our team at DEEP is taking to ensure that we're addressing climate resilience in this for wastewater treatment plants in this program.
Great, thanks. Thank you very much.
And just one additional item to add. I'm so sorry, Senator. With respect to our priority list for our Clean Water Fund, we actually have carved out a set aside just for resilience projects for municipalities. So, maybe for smaller projects that may not rise to the top, they'll be reviewed differently so that we make sure that those get funded as well. I'm so sorry, Senator.
That's okay, because you're in my head. I was going to ask about resilient projects with the federal infrastructure bill that's coming forth. What are the opportunities there for many of the projects that you have that are ongoing?
So I can just say broadly, I know Governor Lamont is participating in a briefing as we speak, I think, for governors on the contours of that infrastructure plan. We're just getting some of the details now from federal agencies about the different elements of that plan. I think our general anticipation is that anytime we're talking about federal dollars becoming available for infrastructure, that there will be some local or state match that's required. And at this end, in addition to that, planning dollars need to be in place to enable municipalities or the state or what have you to identify the types of projects and the design of projects that are needed, whether it's green infrastructure or gray infrastructure, to advance resilience. So we think that Connecticut is going to be well positioned through the implementation of some of the, what you've heard here in terms of the wastewater program, but also through the microgrids and resilience bond funding to support those planning steps that are critical to then be able to tap the federal dollars. So we're very excited about how this particular proposal that we're talking about today on bonding will align competitively to leverage federal dollars as much as possible.
Thank you. Representative, do your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, Commissioner and team. I did have a couple of questions or points on open space, and Senator Moore, you mentioned one of them, and that was the cancellation of the Glastonbury project. So I can share a little bit about the history of that project. To answer your question, the acquisition has technically, I guess, been completed on part of the project. The original authorization was for $10 million, and originally the cost of the acquisition of this open space was around that number. This was 2016, I believe. Over the years, there were different negotiations between the parties, the landowner and the town of Glastonbury, with respect to that piece. And because the money was never allocated, short of the $1 million that was referenced, the town ultimately, because it had a contract with the landowner, decided to move forward with the purchase on its own terms and to fund the project from its own funds, and closed on half of the land that was originally identified and was intended for that authorization. So to answer the question, it's a yes and no. Part of the acquisition has taken place, again, with a lot less of the state bond authorization than was originally anticipated, but there's still part of the land that has not been acquired that was originally identified in 2016. So I would, and we can talk offline about this, I would be interested in retaining part of that authorization, or perhaps even looking if it makes more sense to do a new authorization to complete the purchase of that open space, because it was, frankly, a disappointment to the town of Glastonbury that we heard a lot about, and Senator Cassano and Representative Berry and myself, that the state was not able to allocate that full amount. So would be, like I said, interested in retaining some of that. And Commissioner and Nicole, if your understanding is different of what transpired there, certainly you could share that with the subcommittee.
Representative, again, Graham Stevens. In a previous role, I actually worked with Richard Johnson on this project. So just, you are correct. I mean, Nicole is running this project as it currently stands. And I think it's some, 540 some odd acres have been acquired. And those, I believe, were all in Glastonbury. The remaining lands were in Manchester. Is that correct? Or maybe some of them were still in Glastonbury, but
no, I think it was, yeah, it was still mostly in Glastonbury. There is some other parcels.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think, what happened in the past obviously was the past, but there was the $10 million authorization. The bond commission acted on $1 million, and the town stepped up and went to the town members, and everyone agreed it was a good thing to do, to spend the money to protect these important parcels, which I'm glad that's moving forward. And certainly for the remaining parcels, which are smaller and not of as much value, there is the open space grant program, which does provide for an annual opportunity for municipalities and land trusts to apply for funding, which obviously we may come up in further conversations today. So definitely not foreclosed from the state participating in the future acquisition of those lands. Certainly, we're available to talk with you and Senator Cassano and others, including Richard Johnson, about the obvious need for the municipal match for that program. I'm not sure how the municipality is faring with respect to its funds. Glastonbury's been excellent with respect to open space acquisition, one of our best partners, but certainly a tough time for anyone bonding projects unless they have money in hand.
Yeah, agreed. And that actually does segue into my next question. I was going to ask about the $5 million that is requested in the budget for the open space funds. We did hear some testimony at the Finance Committee's budget hearing about that program, and my own experience with it, both in Glastonbury and in Manchester, is that there's tremendous demand for those funds. So perhaps we'd be better served to look at increasing that $5 million. Could you talk a little bit about the process and for how those funds get allocated to the municipalities and the land trusts, and a little bit about what the demand has been for those funds, how many projects have been requested, and what percentage of the project costs get funded for those? I guess so. Two questions: how many applications received, and how many awarded? And then at what level are you able to fund, are we able to fund those projects that do get awarded the grants?
Thank you, Representative. And hello, my name is Mason Trumbull. I'm the Deputy Commissioner on the Environmental Conservation side. Thanks so much. Great question. We're actually in the middle of revamping some of our grant requirements for OSWA based off the reasons you just mentioned. It is becoming more and more competitive. We've seen more and more applications each and every year, and the result in that has been we've still tried to support. We know a lot of the municipalities are relying on matching funds to get these projects across the finish line, and so the result has been we've spread our grants fairly thin. Still trying to make sure we're leveraging as much matching funds as we can for as many municipalities as possible. So right now we're actually in the middle of looking at that program to try to find a way to better allocate those funds so that projects can get done in a timely manner, and we can also support as many projects as possible. So we think we think we can do that within the $5 million. Certainly there's incredible opportunities all across the state, but we do think we can still accomplish our goals in the $5 million.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But again, I seeing the value of that program on the ground, I think we'd be well served to perhaps put even more into that to create more opportunities because they're very popular programs and there's a lot of demand, is my understanding, for those dollars. And at the end of the day, some disappointed towns and land trusts that aren't able to access it or unable to access as much as they need. So I appreciate that and look forward to working with you all on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. My co-chair, Representative Brenda Boer, is next.
Thank you, Senator, and hello, Commissioner. Hello to your whole team. Good to see you all again. So let me just ask a couple of follow-up questions to some of the report. So on dam repairs, there's $22 million in unallocated, and the governor didn't allocate anything for fiscal year 22 and 23. Is that because the unallocated balance will cover the dam repairs, or are we going to fall short on our dam repairs?
So, Representative, I'd be happy to try to answer your question. Again, Graham Stevens, and the money that we have in hand is currently sufficient to deal with the projects that we are currently able to undertake. So we have a large pipeline of projects that we are working through. There has been some slowdown with respect to COVID, and we believe that the cash in hand we have from previous allocations from the Bond Commission, as well as the existing authorizations, will suffice over the biennium for that infrastructure work.
Okay, thank you. And then on the bikeway program, the $3 million that's unallocated, have those grant recipients already been identified? So is that a grant opportunity that was already put out there? Folks applied, were awarded, but the funds haven't been allocated yet? Or is that an additional $3 million that will be available once it's allocated?
Thank you, Representative Mason Trumbull here again. Are you referencing the Rec Trails program?
Yes, the $3 million in the unallocated. Is that what the title is? All I know is it's Bike Pass.
Yes, exactly. You are correct. So that's our recreational trails program. We have not gone to a grant round for that yet this year.
Okay, so if that gets allocated in an upcoming bonding agenda, then there'll be an opportunity to go out for those grants in fiscal year 2021. Correct?
Yes,
okay.
That is correct. Yep.
All right, great. Well, let's hope that happens. Okay, and now in state parks, since we have you, Mason, the agency asked for $85 million in the 2 fiscal years, and the governor allocated $15 million. And a lot of that request was for ADA compliance and upkeep of parks. We know how much the parks were used in 2021. That's a $70 million swing. So what's not going to happen if you don't get those funds?
Yes, thank you, Representative. No secret that our parks have and continue to play an important role in the midst of this pandemic as far as getting folks outdoors. As we look at this project list, we do have, an unallocated balance. A lot of the unallocated balance is focused on some pretty big projects, about $10 million of it, including, things like our Western District headquarters, air conditioning at Rocky Neck. Those are projects that we're really excited about and been working on for a long time, and would be thrilled to see get across the finish line. As far as our looking forward goes, we're working with DAS and OPM on reprioritizing our list to focus on, like you said, many of those projects do focus on maintenance needs. So we're trying to focus on those projects that most need to be completed in the next couple of years for the best use of the public in our parks.
So are we in jeopardy of not being in compliance with the ADA, or is that those funds going to be able to cover that?
So that's, as we look at reprioritizing this list, we have to try to balance certainly access, and outdoor access is something that we are incredibly passionate about here at DEEP for all people, including those with disabilities. So that's something that, is very high on our priority list. Again, we'd have to balance that with, repair and maintenance concerns that, are most urgent as well.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. On parks, let's see. Oh, the $20 million for efficiency for state buildings. So we have already heard from a number of state agencies, whether it's the courts or Department of Corrections or DMV, talking about their capital improvements and their bonding requests. And unless I missed it, I didn't hear a lot of energy efficiency discussion when the agencies so far have been talking about their needs. So this 28 million for state buildings, how does that marry with the request that the various agencies have for their capital improvements for their state buildings? Does DEEP proactively go to them? Do they know that they could come to DEEP? How does that fund, that 28 million work?
Hi, this is Mary Sotos, a senior policy advisor at DEEP. I'm happy to address that question. I've been working to implement the state's energy efficiency work, particularly as it relates to Governor Lamont's Executive Order 1, which sets goals for each executive branch agency to reduce their carbon emissions, water use, and waste. Our current approach right now is that we've conducted energy audits at some of the largest state facilities. This is about 24 facilities, representing about 15% of the state's square footage. Those facilities, the energy audits specifically identify energy saving improvements. They may also identify if there's deferred maintenance or other capital needs, but it's primarily focused on energy. And so we've been coordinating with agencies as part of that auditing process, whether they have plans to do any other projects on those facilities. But our goal is to really prioritize those types of measures that are going to save the state on its energy bills and those that are going to help us meet our carbon goals. So this capital funding is not intended to address all capital needs in facilities. It's really prioritized for those types of measures. And based on those audits, we've identified energy upgrades that should, if we implement them with this capital budget, as well as other future potential resources, projected to save the state about $2 million a year in its energy and water utilities.
Great.
So that may have answered some of your questions, but.
Yeah, no, that's a great explanation. That actually answers it perfectly. Thank you for that. And then on the 1.5 million for the PFAS, I know that part of that is the buyback program. Is that a buyback program or a take back program? And do we have a target date to have that taken or bought back by?
So Representative Betsy Wingfield, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Quality. We received $2 million last year for the buyback program, and we are actively working on the logistics associated with that and expect that program to go forward late this spring. Those additional funds that are proposed in the next 2 fiscal years will be used for a variety of activities, including some environmental sampling and sampling of domestic wells that may be polluted with PFAS.
For testing and cleanup?
Yes, and response. Typically not for the cleanup, but for a domestic well, for installing a filter system to address the pollution in the short term until we can work with the responsible party to do the cleanup if we can find one.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. And then last but not least, sorry, I was making a list as everybody was asking their questions. Commissioner, on waste, I don't see any bonding requests in for anything to do with waste. Are you sure you don't have any bonding requests for addressing waste?
Well, we certainly are appreciative of the, the dialogue that has occurred around unit-based pricing, for example, and incentives that could be utilized, for example, for municipalities to adopt those types of programs or other types of programs that can achieve diversion of organics or other materials. We'd be certainly, as this discussion of these has been evolving in the past weeks, we've had some discussions within the administration around possible sources of those types of incentives. Bonding could potentially be that source. It's not reflected in this request, however, so we'd be glad to have further conversation with the committee about that possibility.
Okay, great. I just don't want to miss the opportunity. Okay, and then that's all the questions I have, so thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to step in and ask a question. You mentioned Representative Borer asked about the energy efficient. I see on line 16 that there's no allocation, no funds left over. That was a limited project, was it? The oil furnace and boiler replacement?
Let me turn, I don't know, Mary, if that's a question you might be able to assist with.
Yes, I don't believe there's any future programming plan for that particular area. We can double check. I know we have our bureau chief, Mike Lee, on if he has any additional insight. But I believe we had reprogrammed those funds several years ago.
Nothing to add here.
So Michael, was that a short-lived program or one-time program, that there are no more funds and you're not looking for funds for the future?
I believe that's correct, but we'll have to double check and get back to you.
All right.
Yeah, I think if we're calling the history correctly here, we know that as new financing programs have become available, that we transitioned from those over to some of these new programs. But we'd be glad to, Senator, provide a follow-up response for you, specifically addressing that question and what programs are available today through Energize CT, through the Conservation Load Management Program, through the Green Bank, to support those types of investments.
I think that would help if we knew what type of projects that are expected to come be coming down the pike, but also energy efficient programs that you may be working. That would be helpful. Thank you.
We'll be delighted to get that. Thank you.
Thank you. My ranking Senator Henry Martin, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the energy efficiency amount for the state buildings so that I am clear. So are these buildings that you currently operate out of? I thought I heard you said that 15% of all state buildings. Is that correct?
Right. So even though, just as maybe a quick clarification, DEEP is the agency making the request for these funds, but we are not the only agency that would be the beneficiary. So these funds would represent energy efficiency improvements across any of the executive branch facilities that that sort of meet our requirements for demonstrating that these are good investments. So just as an example, many of the facilities that we audited last year are Department of Corrections. Our correctional facilities are some of our most energy intensive and largest facilities, so that they represent a large share of what we've been prioritizing. But basically any building that the state owns could be a source of future projects as we build that project pipeline.
Okay, thank you. So how do we know, and this is probably a question for OFA, maybe Eric, how do we know that there's not duplicative requests here? If the agency, if one agency is asking for energy efficiency money funds, and we have another agency such as DEEP asking for the same thing, how do we know that that's not taking place?
I think DEEP is the appropriate one to talk to, and they are the ones that would be coordinating any sort of cross-agency energy efficiency programs. They've been the centralized agency for all of that. So there's possibility another agency asks for an energy efficiency project, and whether or not they would be funded would largely depend on where they are in an energy audit with DEEP. But
and I'll say that
the better person to ask, yeah.
I'm happy to jump in there too as well. I think that when Governor Lamont issued Executive Order 1, which kind of revamped the Lead by Example program for achieving energy savings in state buildings, that executive order established OPM, the OPM secretary, and the DAS commissioner as co-chairs with DEEP of this effort. And so that kind of the three legs of the stool enables that DEEP can bring our expertise and our staffing support for integrating these, around energy efficiency and the integration and tapping into some of the utility administered energy efficiency programs to advance these savings measures across state buildings, but also working closely with DAS and OPM in terms of prioritization, especially for those larger projects, particularly across state building assets. I think it's DIS certainly and OPM have been looking across our state facilities and are best positioned to identify what the future needs are, for state facilities and help align that prioritization with where we see these energy savings opportunities being most cost effective.
Mary wanted to say something.
Nope, I think it was covered. Just to put a fine point on it, the decisions about which projects to specifically fund with this capital authorization, it's made by a technical advisory committee that consists of DEEP, OPM, and DAS representatives, following what the commissioner mentioned. So, in theory, any coordination or duplication, sort of understanding the broader planning for any individual facility should come through that working group structure.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Another question regarding the microgrid. Can you just give us an update on the microgrid program, and then what type of projects you anticipate being awarded going forward?
So Mike Lee, I think our Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy is probably best positioned to respond.
Yep. So we have about 12 microgrid projects that are sort of have been funded. 8 are fully operational. A couple more are under construction at this point. So Daughters of Mary of the Immaculate Conception, Coventry, and Subbase in New London are all under construction. The rest are operational at this point. Are there any specific questions that I can sort of attempt to answer for you?
No, I guess I just wanted to hear and the overall update itself. Is there, besides those 3 projects that are under construction, are there any others that are being planned now? Because it looks like you're asking for, $5 and $5 million in each of the years. Is that?
Yeah, so they're not planned now. We would issue another request for proposals. Then we would, once we get the proposals, then we would make decisions about future funding of additional projects.
And I'll also say that as the special session or as I've mentioned earlier, we're also looking to expand and assess the best strategic placement for these particular funds, given that we want to ensure that climate resilience projects generally are captured and supported through this program. So where previously it was a program just exclusively focused on microgrids as a resilience investment, following the lead of this special session, the special act that passed last year, we see that there are broader needs and beyond just microgrids to support climate resilience for infrastructure across the state. So we're excited about that opportunity. We think, again, that can enable us to utilize these funds to support planning and project identification for climate resilience, position municipalities in the state competitively to attract federal dollars to match local and state funding for climate resilience. And so it's a kind of a new moment and an exciting moment for the evolution of the microgrids program to be able to for us to think about how best to position these dollars and this investment more broadly, just beyond the specific microgrid solution. But certainly microgrids are still eligible, an important part of this program. Hope that's helpful. That may have raised, yeah. So hope that answer is helpful.
So you're explaining the use of the request here, the 5 and 5?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mary, Michael. Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ranking Member Piscopo, you have a question, comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner and team, for being here. Appreciate it. The Senator Martin covered pretty much my questions on the microgrids. I was just thinking, we have sunk a lot of money into that infrastructure in the name of resiliency. And if 8 are complete, I'm sure you've done an evaluation or an analysis on how they've held up during recent storms. Have they proved their resiliency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead, Mike.
During the storm this past summer, 2 of the microgrids were called on. One of them did operate as expected, and unfortunately, one of them did not operate as expected, and that was the microgrid in Woodbridge.
So we followed up with United Illuminating. They have been investigating the Woodbridge microgrid, and I believe some of those issues that prevented it from functioning correctly have been resolved. But generally speaking, we've seen great performance from the microgrids investments that we've made through this program to date. We'd be happy to provide some of our analysis in kind of assessing performance to the subcommittee.
And I remain just a little confused on the new language you're proposing. So I'll be all ears and eyes when you come before us with that new language.
In terms of the resilience being eligible as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly what. Yeah, I'm not sure what you have in mind for the 10.
That's great. And let me also introduce Rebecca French, who's the head of our climate planning office. Rebecca, you may want to also add some additional detail in terms of how we're transitioning or expanding the scope from microgrids alone to microgrids and resilience.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Piscopo, we are the language in the bond bill mirrors that of what was passed in special session that again expanded the microgrid program to the microgrid and resilience grant and loan pilot program, and there's a great need for resilience projects across the state. We've been hearing that through the Governor's Council on Climate Change process from our municipalities, our communities, our stakeholders, that they've been working on resilience planning, and but they need funding to design projects for planning and design so that they can be competitive for federal funds, as the commissioner said, and they need projects to be a local match. Specific specific program this year is an example for federal funding is the FEMA Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, which focuses on protecting critical infrastructure that's vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters like the storms we've experienced recently. And that program requires a 25% local match to unlock the federal dollar. So, when you're talking about projects that cost in the, 5 to 10 million and more, depending on the type of project you're doing, the local match is significant. And we've definitely heard from our municipalities that meeting that local match can be a challenge for even deciding whether or not to apply for a federal grant.
Thank you very much. And then finally, I have some towns in my district that are a bit apprehensive on the Mira power incinerator power plant going in the near future, right? 2024, I believe. Are we making any? It's not this biennium, but I'm sure it's on your mind, Commissioner. And is there any requests or any kind of pre-planning we can do to help our towns out that are faced with this impending problem?
Well, thank you for that question. It's certainly something that we've been working very hard on at DEEP. I've had the opportunity to speak quite a bit about the waste disposal crisis that we're facing in our state as we expect or anticipate that the Mira facility may close as soon as the summer of 2022. We have been, in dialogue with the Mira leadership team and the Mira board about their plans, participated in the call that they had with their member towns earlier this month to talk about those plans. But I will say that DEEP has been working, this is something that affects every municipality to some extent because this is, we have only so much disposal infrastructure for municipal solid waste in our state. And so for that reason, last summer, we launched the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management, or CCSMM, which now has more than 80 towns that are participating. We have, through that initiative, been working directly with municipalities to identify and try to support efforts to divert materials and reduce the amount of waste that we need to send to our disposal infrastructures. We know that, for example, organics, yard waste, food scraps makes up 30% of what we're sending to landfills or to waste energy facilities. 40% of the municipal solid waste stream is recyclable materials, paper, plastic, metal, and glass, just as an example. So, I'll say that we appreciate the leadership from the Environment Committee, which has been advancing a number of different proposals that will help to enhance diversion of those materials and, again, minimize the amount of municipal solid waste that we need to send for disposal. We think that will help to rebalance the supply and demand for our waste disposal capacity in the state. We're also, as Representative Boer had asked earlier, eager to work with legislators on concepts or opportunities to provide for some incentives that could be provided to towns to help offset the costs or incent the adoption of some of these positive practices for sustainable materials management. So those are some of the things that we've been focused on and would be eager to work with this subcommittee or the General Assembly more broadly on.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, staff, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We've got about 6 more minutes and we've got 4 hands up. So Representative Kate Farrar.
Thank you, Senator. Yep, thank you, Senator. And I'll be brief for my fellow colleagues. Just a couple follow-ups, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here. I know there were some questions at the outset about the Clean Water Fund projects and a priority list. I'm not sure if it had been requested, but could your team provide us with the priority list as it sits now? I think that would be helpful, especially to those that are new of us that are new on the committee.
Yes, we'd be happy to do that.
That'd be wonderful. And then just another quick follow-up. I know we mentioned some questions about trail projects, and there was reference, I know, to some bonding request for bikeways. But are there any other greenway expansions or trail projects planned for or have been added recently for us to know about?
So I believe Deputy Commissioner Trumbull had talked about the upcoming grant round that will be forthcoming from our Rec Trails program. Beyond that, I note that the Transportation Climate Initiative program bill, which advanced out of the Environment Committee earlier today, is a funding mechanism that could support the development of more transit-oriented development, more bike paths and walking paths, and so on, to provide for as a means to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from vehicle traffic. So we're enthusiastic about the progress of that bill that'll enable us to participate in this regional initiative to support investments in those types of programs. But I'll also note that some of our open space grants do include the opportunity for development of trails as well. So that would be a further opportunity.
Thank you for clarifying that. Very helpful. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, I'm going to take Senator Cohen next, but I think we're going to ask you to come back. And I think some of the things that we've requested, we'd have an opportunity to look at and bring you back. And one of the other things I'd like you to bring back is a little bit more documentation on the Glastonbury open space project, where it is.
Sure thing.
I think that would be helpful.
Delighted to provide it and to spend more time with the subcommittee. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be quick. I do have a couple of questions, but as Chair of the Environment Committee, I recognize I have the opportunity to speak with the Commissioner on a regular basis. So PFAS, I certainly just found out one of my communities impacted by elevated PFAS levels in a well. I'm just wondering if how this number was derived and if we really know the extent of municipalities impacted here, and do we think that this is indeed enough to cover the costs related to finding contamination?
So, Senator Cohen, Betsy Wingfield, your question is a very good one, and I think that it really goes back to the root of how extensive is PFAS contamination in the state. And I think based on the experience we've seen in other states, what's going to happen is that we're going to basically find pockets of contamination across the state associated with old land use or potentially old incidents. And so that number was derived based on our best estimate for what we think we're going to need and to be able to administer looking at this issue. It's going to have to be done in a phased approach. We are working, as you know, in Killingworth right now, and there's also going to be some work that's going on in East Hampton, and we expect that to expand as we learn about new sources.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Deputy Commissioner. I have a question about Seaside. It was on a bill that came up, this session in the Commerce Committee. I had some concerns and reservations. I was, I think, a lonely no vote in getting that out of the Commerce Committee. Just wonder if there's some thought as to funding within these requests for the coming fiscal years.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So just very briefly, we do believe that first off, I'll say Seaside is we're proud to have it as one of our parks or shoreline parks. It's providing great recreational access in the New London area, and we believe that there are some modest improvements that we can make to bring it up to the standard that visitors expect, and that we're proud to provide as part of our shoreline parks. We think that can be addressed as part of our unallocated bond balance, but we'd be happy to provide some additional thoughts on that. We've been appreciative of the opportunity to engage with the local, the delegations from that community, as well as others in local elected officials, to hear their views on the future of that facility and how our state park can contribute to the broader community in that area. But we'd be glad to follow up on that.
Okay. I also, and I know this isn't specifically in here, but you've heard from me on this before, with respect to shared service programs for municipalities that host state parks and facilities. in their district, particularly the larger state parks that, create a drain on resources. And so I would just ask the department to be thoughtful of that as we look to, approve these dollars going forward, and how that can work, in coordination and conjunction with these municipal governments. And lastly, I just want to quickly circle back to the $5 million per year in energy microgrids, specifically with your thought about expanding for resiliency programs and infrastructure. How will those projects be chosen? And do you envision this to be sort of using those monies to create very similarly to what Massachusetts has, that municipal vulnerability preparedness program?
Let me turn to Rebecca French so we can provide an answer to your question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the question, Senator Cohen. So at this point, again, what we're working off of the language that the legislature passed in this special session. And so, the specific question around creating a program like the municipal, the MVP program, Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program they have in Massachusetts, which I will note is actually modeled after planning processes that were piloted here in Connecticut through the Connecticut chapter of the Nature Conservancy, as well as what we've done at Circa and DEEP and many other places. So we're really a leader ourselves in resilience planning already. That was there's a recommendation to form a program like that as part of the Governor's Council on Climate Change. The legislature authorized us to use the microgrid and resilience grant and loan pilot program for planning, and as including cost benefit and engineering and design. It also requires us to prioritize vulnerable communities, those who will feel the effects of disproportionate effects of climate change. So clearly an emphasis on planning. It could align to support the kind of planning processes that we've done in Connecticut, further supporting those, but no final decisions are made on that. And I think we're really interested in certainly further conversations with the legislature, but a broader participation process as we look forward to how to implement that program. But at the moment, within the absence of the funding in the bond package changes there, it's only authorized for microgrids at the moment. So we can't move forward on what the legislation says and unless we get some funds allocated to the new resilience expansion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, I know there's hundreds of projects to choose from, and so that would be certainly a competitive source of funds. And you mentioned Circa, so I will just say, I certainly have known that I have concerns about continued funding for that organization and their good work with respect to resiliency. I know it's the organization is called out even in the governor's bill 6441 as a resource to municipalities across the state, and as to funding, the department. I would just, hope that we're mindful of the needs of Circa as well as our municipalities who will rely on their planning and services going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dave Yacarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be real quick. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here. I served at the sub base quite a long time ago. When you mentioned microgrid at the sub base, that's a federal base. Is the federal government contributing to the cost of the projects?
I don't have the details on that at this point, but we'll get back to you.
Well, I would think, because it's generally the federal government contributes up to 80%, and it is federal property.
I believe they are. I just don't recall the details offhand.
All right. Yeah, you give it to the chairs and the ranking member. Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair. My son testified in front of you yesterday.
I wondered.
That's my oldest son.
Teacher.
He did a very good job. He's a scientist.
Scientist? Nice.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Representative Machinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. I wanted to ask Deep if you are going to send us the pipeline of Clean Water Act projects, is that right? Do we
Correct.
know who's in the waiting list?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. And my other question is a general question about the federal infrastructure bill. Do you see any possibility of federal infrastructure funds coming to Connecticut that would allow us to replace some of the money in the bond package? For example, greenways or clean water funding, anything like that, that may allow us to move bonding to something else if we get the federal money?
So I will say, Representative, we're always looking for ways to stretch our precious state dollars further and utilize federal funds as much as possible to offset costs for taxpayers in the state of Connecticut for projects. We're very excited about the infrastructure plan and what we're hearing about it today. I think at this point, we're just getting the first details of what the Biden administration is proposing. And obviously that will be a process for congressional adoption of the infrastructure program. So the timing may not align for us to see adjustments, if you will, to any of our bonding requests here on the time horizon where Congress may be taking up and considering the infrastructure plan. But I will say that, it's always our posture to try to, again, utilize federal funds as much as possible. Local match is always also something that's required for utilizing those federal dollars. And the percentage of local match is different from program to program, but generally speaking, key to being able to apply for and take advantage of those federal programs is having that level of state match, and the federal funds can't be used for the state match, that offset. So we think that this proposal, advancing this bond package here, will position us very, very competitively to be able to utilize those federal dollars. Unfortunately, there are times where we see that we're not able to tap into federal dollars that are available because we lack planning dollars and the local match funding.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Meskers. Are you there, Representative Meskers? Or did you take your hand down? All right, then. I don't see him.
Yeah, it looks like he might have clicked on the wrong button and left, but.
Okay. Well,
He did have his hand
Commissioner
up.
Dykes, I really want to thank you. I mean, we used up all of the time and a little bit more. So we are going to try and reschedule. We have to look at our dates to see if you could come back. And I think we should just have a correct list of what we've asked for. So if anybody wants something and they can forward it to Tom that they're looking for in the way of documents or follow-up. And I'm just hoping, by the time we have you come back, that we'll know more about the federal dollars that you can share with us. Because I think everybody's wondering what will we be able to do with that to offset some of our dollars also. So I want to thank you and your whole team for coming today.
Thank you so much. As you can see, we're very fortunate to have a very strong team at DEEP and working across all these programs. So we appreciate the time and the interest and the support that the subcommittee has shown for our various bond programs. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day, everyone. So next, Tom, in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're in the room.
Okay, and this is the agricultural experiment station?
Correct, they're here. Yep.
Thank you.
Good
And who
afternoon,
is the
Senator Moore.
spokesman for the group? Who's the spokesperson?
My name is Jason White. I'm the director of the Agricultural Experiment Station. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Boer, members of the bonding subcommittee. I'm pleased to submit testimony this afternoon on Governor Lamont's recommended capital budget for fiscal years 2022 and 2023, give you an update on our current projects and address any questions you may have. Governor Lamont recommended an additional $6.3 million in fiscal year 2022 for a project entitled Renovation Addition to the Valley Laboratory Building, which is located in Windsor. The project currently has an authorization of $12.5 million. The Bond Commission allocated $1 million in 2015 to initiate the design phase, and DAS Construction Services hired TLB Architects of Chester to begin the design. The project is currently in schematic design phase, but because of various project delays, including a land transfer, the construction costs have escalated to an estimated $17.8 million. With the authorization of the additional $6.3 million by the General Assembly, the project can move forward to final design and bidding. This project includes a complete renovation of an existing 8,000 square foot laboratory that was erected in 1940 and includes still the original mechanical systems. It's not ADA compliant and has not undergone any significant renovations since original construction. The new addition will be added to include an elevator and much needed modern research and diagnostic space and molecular laboratories. The Valley Lab was founded in 1921, and we're actually celebrating its centennial this year, later in the fall. The General Assembly also authorized $200,000 under Public Act 15-1 for renovation and improvements of greenhouses at the Jenkins Wagner Laboratory in New Haven. Construction Services hired Christopher Williams Architects from New Haven to design this project. The project is nearing completion, and DAS expects this project to go out to bid in the coming weeks. This project includes the renovation of two 1,450 square foot greenhouses, also constructed in 1950 or 1940, that are adjacent to our Jenkins Wagner Laboratory on our New Haven campus. Once renovated, the new and more energy efficient greenhouses will help our scientific staff better control growing conditions for important research experiments. In addition, the agency also applied and was awarded $150,000 from the state's Lead by Example energy efficiency program to increase this budget. So we've expressed the need and importance for this project to DAS and have requested that they facilitate it in any way possible. So we are hoping that goes to bid in the coming weeks. So happy to address any questions you may have at this point. Also joining me is Michael Last. He's our CFO.
Thank you. Could you, I've not heard of this before. I know it exists. Could you just tell us a little bit about what it is that you do and how it works?
The agency in general?
Yes.
So the Agricultural Experiment Station, we are an independent state agency. We're the oldest agricultural experiment station in the United States. We were founded in 1875. Each state in the nation does have an agricultural experiment station, but because of how the original statute was written in 1875, we actually remained independent. All of the other agricultural experiment stations actually became part of the land grant university system. So our research, our main mandate is research. Our motto is putting science to work for society. We have several core research areas where our scientific staff work, including agriculture, obviously, but also the environment, public health, and food safety. We also have a significant outreach component with diagnostic offices, both in New Haven and in our Windsor facility. For plant pathology and insect inquiries. We have a soil testing laboratory for citizen use. We also house the state tick testing laboratory and coordinate all of the mosquito surveillance for vector-borne viruses in the state, among other things.
Thank you. I kind of thought that was it, but some of those things, but not familiar with a lot of it. So we have some questions for you. Ranking Member John Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Wade. I had you pictured somewhere down New Haven. Do you have a facility in the valley, like the Hamden area, or?
We have 3 experimental research farms throughout the state, and our largest farm is Lockwood Farm, which is in Hamden, Connecticut.
Is that where you're headquartered out of? Or?
No, our headquarters are actually within the city limits of New Haven. We sit across the street from Albertus Magnus College, if you know where that is, right over the Hamden town line as you're coming down Whitney Avenue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative and Co-Chair Dorinda Boer.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. And hello, Jason. Thanks for being here. And hello to Michael Last for being here as well. I was going to ask you to elaborate on what you do as well, because you are being so modest and I know the great work that you all do, but I want to let the other committee members know that the facility is open to the public. So you at any time can go and visit. And there's a lot of significant work that is done, as Jason mentioned, around environmental testing and research, but also our public health. So if there's a food outbreak, or most recently, the Ag Station was involved in evaluating the sludge during the pandemic to determine what communities were impacted most. So in conjunction with Yale and a partnership, they were the first to determine, well, we could actually look at sewage, right, output to see what's going on. And now they're taking that idea, if you will, and are going to be able to explore other substance abuses that come out of communities. Is that correct, Jason? So you're going to take that approach and now you could apply it to what else is going on in that community that's identified in the sewage.
Yeah, that's correct. So thank you, Representative Boer. So this was a program that actually started early on in the pandemic with Yale, where originally wastewater samples were collected and analyzed for the presence of the virus itself. The idea being that it would be an indicator of future community spread, which is true. It's about a 3 to 7 day leading indicator. So that program is continuing and ongoing right now. But staff in our analytical chemistry department also recognize this is an opportunity to track pharmaceutical chemicals, drugs of abuse, things like hydroxychloroquine, which was obviously in the news. So those same sewage samples, which are being analyzed for the presence of the virus, are also being analyzed for a range of organic contaminants. And our staff is seeking funding from the NIH to kind of expand that program, because obviously right now we're kind of performing that on our own dime, so it's kind of a pilot program, but we've gotten some interesting results, and definitely think that program's worth expanding. And I was on a call with the FDA yesterday, and they are interested in taking our program and using it as a way to start to track variants of the virus, because obviously right now we're just seeking to detect the primary, what was the primary viral form, but there's definite interest in using this in other ways.
Yeah, it's just groundbreaking, and you are all always on the cutting edge of exploring and experimenting, and not only do you test for the state of Connecticut, but nationally renowned for the work that you do and your scientists and what they do. And just want to let the committee members know that not only can you visit there publicly, and can you tell I've been there a lot, but you can send, if you find a tick, right, on your child, and you want it to be identified, you could send or bring the tick to the station. If you're having a soil problem and all of a sudden all your trees are dying, you can bring the soil to the Ag Center. So it's very user friendly to help you identify environmental issues in your region, in your own backyard, or public health issues. So I think you guys are a jewel in the state, and sometimes folks don't know everything that you do. So I'm always happy to share what you do with others.
Well, thank you for your kind words, Representative Boer.
Yeah, thank you.
And Representative Boer, thank you for that educational piece. I think I will be visiting you. I've got a problem in the soil in my backyard, so now I know where to go. So thank you. Representative Biacarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really brief, and I really want to echo the words of Representative Boer. I live in North Haven, so I visited the Ag Station, experimental station rather, and we've also had legislative farm dinners there. And I know the experiment stations help farmers on a monthly or daily basis with either soil issues, or like Representative Boer said, with ticks or vegetation. They do so much, and we're very fortunate to have somebody like the experimental station in Hamden and Windsor and wherever else it is in Connecticut. But I just want to say thank you. They do great work, And I'm a strong believer in science and bioscience, so it's even more so important. But
Thank you, Representative Yacarino.
I don't know if you were there. We had the farm dinner a couple of years ago, farm bureau dinner. There's quite a few legislators and local farmers from West Haven to New Haven, the North, well, not New Haven, North Haven and North Branford and Guilford, and very, very impressive. So thank you. And I was on the call, the public health call last year, for the water runoff for not only COVID, but also maybe drug use in the area. And it's amazing the research that's involved. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Where are the greenhouses? Would you mind sharing that? Where are the greenhouses located?
The greenhouses are on our New Haven campus. So we have, Mike, what's the total acreage of our campus in New Haven?
We have 6 acres in New Haven. And the greenhouses, there's 2 greenhouses that this project would take care of, and they're both 1,250 square feet.
So does that include the Jenkins Laboratory?
The greenhouses are adjacent to the Jenkins Laboratory. The Jenkins Laboratory was renovated, and there was an addition added, and it was finished in 2013.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you and your team for coming on today. And it was very, very educational for I think all of us, except for those, you've got some cheerleaders out there, so that's a wonderful thing. Representative Boer, I appreciate what you shared with us.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Take care. Have a great day.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Moore, next we have OLM, and they are in the room. So whenever you're a little bit ahead of schedule, so.
If they're available, let's take them, okay?
Yep. We have Executive Director Tamburo in there, ready to go.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Everybody. Good, Senator. How are you?
Are you here by yourself, or do you have?
No, I have a team of folks with me.
Okay, you have your own posse.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. I don't do this alone. It's too scary.
But you've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, I have. Yes.
That's good. All right. So if you'd like to give your presentation.
Sure. Great. Thanks. Well, good morning. Good afternoon, rather, Senator Moore and Representative Boer, Senator Martin, Representative Piscopo, and members of the General Obligation Bonding Subcommittee. Nice to see you all. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jim Tamburo. I am the Executive Director of the Joint Committee on Legislative Management. I'll provide you with a short overview of our request, and then obviously we'll take your questions. So I have a team of my folks with me here today. You'll see them in the squares. I have John Harnick, our Financial Administrator. I have Eric Connery, our Facilities Engineer. Sue Skian, our Financial Services Supervisor. And Paul Alderucci, the Director of Information Technology Services. We've been in place we've been here a long time, but recently got the job in January. So congratulations to him on a bigger stage here. Doing a great job down there in ITS. So the legislative capital budget request includes new bill drafting system for LCO, new CTN broadcast equipment, building upgrades, and improvements to the legislative chambers, totaling approximately $6.7 million. The governor supported our request by including these initiatives in the recommended biennial budget. I'll give you a quick summary of each of those initiatives, very, very quick. First, the legislative bill drafting system. LCO is requesting to continue to modernize the current bill drafting process with a fully supported custom system. As many of you know, our IT department, led by Paul and his folks, have done just an incredible job over the last several months, working with LCO, the House and Senate Clerk's office, each caucus, to identify needs and create a more modern bill drafting system. And they've done great work. They really have. And with their work, because of their work, we've been able to do things that we've never done before in the history of legislature. However, there is much more to be done moving forward in order for us to create a full system that meets the needs of a modern legislature. And that is, the number on that is $2 million. Second on the list is a Senate Chamber of Voting and Sound System, $680,000. This project replaces existing boards and provides backbone for a new voting system, including software, wiring, new voting stations, remote access, etc. And our sound system would be totally replaced with a state-of-the-art component that would integrate with the voting system. Well, a lot of that work is underway in some cases, so we can talk about that in detail if you have questions on that when I'm complete with this. Third on the list, the LOB blast mitigation. This is a extension of an existing project to enhance the protection of the LOB. Essentially, this project replaced the doors at the first floor and the third floor, which are aluminum storefront glass entry doors, and replace them with steel frame doors with side lights and with blast mitigation film glass. That's $500,000. The legislative, the LOB hearing room renovations for $250,000. You know, the building is getting old. It's over 30 years old now. So that we need to upgrade each of the 10 hearing rooms. Various things, including carpet repair, chair repair, replacement, wiring, could be lighting, things along those lines. Moving the Genius to the Dome. This project, you know, you're all familiar with the Genius that used to be on top of the Capitol. We now have a version of it in the rotunda in the Capitol. We'd like to move that to the top of the dome. The costs include disassembling the Genius, removing it from the rotunda, fixing the floor there, structurally reinforcing the area in the dome, and of course the crane service to lift it up to the top of the dome. Of $500,000. Old State House renovations, $250,000. This project is for interior upgrades to the Old State House, including ground floor reception and information center area, renovating the electronic displays in the Mortensen Gallery, and replacing the telephone system and mechanical upgrades. CTN equipment replacement, $680,000. This funding is requested for the ongoing upgrades of the CTN equipment that has reached its end of life or end of service, is no longer useful. These components are essential to the future functioning of CTN, so we request that money. And finally on our list is the Legislative Office garage assessment and repairs. I'm sure all of you have parked in the garage during a rainy day. We have plenty of issues there that have to be addressed, from leaks to loose and falling pieces. We have sealant we want to put on to help stop those leaks, to repaint the parking lines, and we want to add a car counting system to track and maximize utilization. Obviously, over the last year, it hasn't been necessary, but as we move forward, utilizing every spot that we can within the garage on busy session days is important. And one last thing I wanted to get on the radar is funds for CTN. Another part of our budget request includes increasing the funding to operate the CTN coverage from 2.6 million to 2.7 million. This request is in the private fund section of the budget, so we just wanted to put on your radar moving forward here, on the committee's radar. So that's a brief summary of all of our initiatives. We're happy to take any questions that you have and address them as you see fit.
Thank you. Oh, I want to ask a question regarding the security of the building. I know that it falls in a couple of places, the security, but I'm talking about the structure of the building, all the access points. If something were to happen where people were to converge on the building, is it structurally sound to close off entrances, but also for all of the members or anybody who might be in the building? Have you considered those?
Eric, do you want to address that?
Sorry, it's muted. The answer is yes, but there's more work that we would like to do to make the situation better. Part of the blast mitigation request that's in this that we just made is to change the first and third floor entrances in the LOB to harden them, both the glass and the frames themselves. Once that work is done, the LOB will be very secure. The Capitol obviously is much more of a challenge because it's a historic building. And I'm in discussions with our new police chief in terms of what we could do to improve that situation. He has some ideas. Some of it is just procedural, and some of it is there is some things that we could do within the historic guidelines to improve the situation. We did not blast mitigate the glass in the Capitol, and there really is only one option to do that, and we're looking at that, and they come back at some point for either bond funds or operating funds to at least blast mitigate lower levels, so that it would be a lot harder for somebody to bash their way in through the windows, which you saw them do in DC.
So is there nothing in this ask that addresses that right now?
Just the LOB blast mitigation piece, nothing for the Capitol.
And then I know we've been out of the building for a year. What are some of the things that you've been working on to improve the building?
We've had a number of projects that have been ongoing. As Jim alluded to, we're currently working on the Senate voting system. We've done some energy management upgrades in the common areas. So if you would notice it now more than you will when everybody comes back. But there are areas of the building where the lights are actually turning off when there's nobody around in the common areas. Previously, the common areas were pretty well brightly lit during the day. The stairwells in the LOB have been completed. We're going to start working on conference rooms in the LOB in the near future. The stairwells in the garage, we plan to upgrade those as well.
Eric,
go ahead, John.
Yeah, Eric, Senator, I'm John Harnick with OLM. The other thing we're just on completing is we've upgraded all the cameras on our security system. So, and all the call boxes are going to be replaced, and we're currently speccing out the exterior call boxes. So we're going to have cameras and a means for somebody on the grounds to also alert the police that they need help. So those projects, like I said, the camera project is just about done, and we do have a couple other in the fire, irons in the fire.
So some of the federal dollars that might be coming in, do you have some idea of what you might be able to, first of all, do you have any federal dollars that you know of coming in?
We do not get the money directly. We have applied through OPM to get reimbursed for a number of initiatives, mostly around the Senate voting boards or the House voting system, excuse me.
Thank you. And, I know you mentioned the voting and the boards and some of the things that have taken place to try and bridge us in this session. Are those funds, are you looking at those funds retroactively, or are you looking toward the future?
What we need is we've begun the Senate voting system. The remote system is underway. As a matter of fact, I think it's almost just about done. We had the company IRC was on site the last week and a half, and they've been working with ITS to finalize that piece. And then what we need, the monies requested in our current request, is to finish the actual voting board piece. So we need that. And then we're also going to incorporate, as Eric and Jim may have mentioned, is a new sound system. So that we're currently working to identify an architect with expertise to help us with both the House and Senate chamber. So to answer your question, we did start the project, but we need the funding to complete everything.
So I know I know what's taking place in the Senate. I saw the two boards on each side of the circle. Is something happening in the House regarding the voting and the board?
Maybe I'll defer to Paul on what's going on there.
Sure. So there will be. Unfortunately, you probably won't see the differences. Over the interim, what we're going to do is a phase 2 of the project, which is all the wiring that goes out to the individual buttons and the networking. Unfortunately, the wiring right now is about from those desks is like 35 to 40 years old. So we're going to be replacing that, and it's going to go directly to a new closet that we've created, and we're putting in a little more redundancy for those as well. Only thing you would possibly see are is possibly the changes to the buttons themselves on your desks. We'd be taking those out and putting new wiring in below them. That would be it.
All right. Well, I've had my share of questions. I'm going to let some of my members ask some questions. I have Representative Mary Machinsky, and thank you for those responses.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about something that's not on your list, but it might be good a chance to do it now while the public is not in the Capitol building. In my time up here, I've seen a number of people fall on the Capitol steps, the hard granite Capitol steps, and break limbs or otherwise get severely injured. And every time I complain about it and ask for something to be put on the steps to prevent this, folks tell me it's a historic building and you'll change the historic nature if you put some non-slip surface on the steps. So I'm asking, isn't there anything we can do that is subtle that would roughen up those steps so we don't have our colleagues and our staff falling and breaking their limbs, and the public when they're allowed back in the building? But isn't there anything we can do that would fit into historic protection that also would keep our folks from getting injured?
So the answer to that is we tried a number of things that were within the guidelines, and we eventually brought in, or in that process, brought in some advocates for the disabled to give us some guidance in terms of people who had vision impairments. And they came back with a very interesting answer, is that people are tripping because they can't see the steps. It's not that they're slippery or anything else. It's that they don't see the bottom step, and that's what they're tripping on. So we changed the lighting in the stairwell so that the lighting is brighter, and we actually dimmed the lighting on the surrounding area so that it became much more noticeable. And again, we brought them in, we asked them to look at it, and they said it was greatly improved. I am not aware of any recent trips and falls on the stairs, and the number went way down after we did change the lighting.
Okay, that's really good to hear. I didn't.
It ended up being a very simple solution to a problem that we had spent years trying to find an answer.
Right. I'm very happy to hear this because I didn't know you. I just thought you were just rebuffing me over and over again, and I was getting aggravated. But that's
we
really
tried
good.
a number of things.
Okay, that's really good.
Yeah, we put when we refinished the stairs one time, we put a little bit of grit and sand in, and it very quickly wore off, but it didn't really make a difference. So.
Okay, and then my other question is mainly because I have been a parent. I think of these things, but the banisters in the LOB seem to me to be low enough that a person could fall or be pushed over the side. That's always bothered me, and I wondered if when you're doing renovations, is there anything you can do to increase security for the public and for kids who are maybe horsing around and might get themselves over the rail? Anti-fall prevention. Is there anything you can do to make it less likely someone would fall over the railing?
That's an interesting question. I'd really thought about that. There would need to be railing at that height, I believe, to meet the code requirements, but they could be extended. It could be extended higher up. It would be a really extensive project to do that, though. I
Well, just putting it on the radar because it occurred to me that it could happen, and I hope I never see it happen, but it weighs on my mind a bit.
The only issue we've had with those railings is that the posts in there are spaced, and they do meet code, but we did have a child who managed to get their head through it, and couldn't get it back out again. It took a little bit of bending of the post to get the kid out, but fortunately we were able to repair the bend we put into it. So we have looked at that issue as well.
Okay. Well,
they're just just large enough for kids to squeeze their heads through.
Okay. One of my kids did actually get his head caught in a fence when we were down south on a vacation. So I know that does happen. Okay. Thanks for your help on that. And I'm really grateful that you have made it less likely that people will fall.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I see my co-chair, Representative Boer's hands up.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And hello to everybody. Thank you for all of your information. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Most of them were addressed. But how about the HVAC and the air quality? I know throughout, my time there, I hear people addressing some challenges with our air quality in the HVAC system. Is there any plans for upgrading that and improving that?
I'll take that. We have been working on the control system. We've made a couple of changes during this past year. We have increased the amount of fresh air that's going into the building because that was one of the early recommendations. We haven't reversed that at this point, and we probably won't unless we see a noticeable increase in the amount of energy we're using, hot water and chilled water to heat and cool the LOB. We are looking at the control system. It's a very old system, and we will be hopefully replacing that in the near future to get some better control of it. We've been working in the hearing rooms again, even though they're not in use. We put some upgrades in there so that the air quality would be better. We installed carbon dioxide sensors in the rooms. They had been installed when the building was originally constructed and never worked properly. So we replaced those. We put motion sensors in the hearing rooms as well. So the control system knows when a hearing room is occupied, and using the carbon dioxide measuring, that it's able to compensate for the rooms being overfilled by pumping in more fresh air. We found that, by testing the air, that is actually working fairly well. Now we just need to get everybody back to use it effectively.
Yeah, I was going to say that it could be working well. You're testing, but we're not there.
No,
right?
it was in place over a year ago, but it had just gone in, and we were seeing positive results from it. But we really have not tested it as much as we would like to make sure that it works under all conditions.
So when you say it went in a year ago when we were in session, or a year ago when we were already out?
No, while we were still in session.
Okay.
We were for the last batch of public hearings that were held in the hearing rooms.
Okay, so you don't need any bonding support for any improvement to air quality or HVAC in the next 2 years?
Not at this point, but it may show up when we do the study for the control system. We have some money that's available, and if more is necessary, then we would have to come to bonding for it.
Okay.
We did have to replace the first of the large air handling units. That was done over the summer. The unit that provides the cooling in hearing room 2C failed. There are 27 of these large units that are 35 plus years old, which are way past their lifespan. So we do put money in the operating funds, but we're a little concerned in looking at all of those units again to see whether we need to do this as a bonding project.
Okay, and how about the chambers? Any chance we could adjust the temperature in there? I think
the House chamber is a fun place to keep. We have a lot of requests to go raise it and a lot of requests to lower it.
Okay, and, I don't know who says lower it, but but I'm sure everybody's keeping us very cold too.
We do plan, not that it will help you in the House, but we do plan to upgrade the Senate units.
Well, the Senate is getting new voting, new air. Don't forget us in the House.
No, we won't forget you.
Okay. So then I also want to talk about the technology. So with COVID, right, we saw a lot of, changes to the way we do business. And in our hearing rooms, we really don't have smart boards, right? So if we want to have a guest speaker, or if we want to have somebody Zoom in, whomever it may be, or presentations, throughout the last year, has there been any, modern technology that's been identified to help us legislate in a more I don't know, modern way, more modern and efficient way?
I'll start and then Paul can jump in if he feels like it. We did install in all of the hearing rooms video control systems so that we could get control of the CTN cameras. And, you know, our thought was that the hybrid meetings that were occurring while we were in the interim would continue into session. That hasn't happened. But we have some upgraded video technology in there. We can feed the projectors. They need to be upgraded, but that we plan to do in the near future so that they're high definition projectors. The ones that aren't on the carts have already been done, but in hearing room 2C and 2E, we need new video projectors, the built-in ones. And we will do those out of operating funds.
So by next session, will we have, let's say we wanted to have somebody with expertise testify to our committee, or we're having an informational hearing, will we have the ability to be able to use that type of technology?
The ability to do remote testifying is over video as well as audio is in place in the hearing rooms right now. We just finished that piece.
Okay.
So instead of what was happening in the past was we were bringing equipment in and it was not working as well as it should. During this, because of COVID, Zoom has sort of become the standard and works very well, and that's what we used in terms of these video upgrades.
Got it. Okay, great. And then
people will be able to zoom in, and we can integrate them with the what's happening in the hearing room now.
Sure. We've all learned to do business a little differently, and you know, have made some changes, and some changes have, you know, provided for more efficiencies, right? So, and then finally, I saw that you put in a request for, was it $10 million for upgrades to include ADA compliance? Let's see. Hang on. Got to toggle, continually toggle, right? Let's see. The alterations, renovations to the state capitol, including the compliance with Americans Disability Act. But I see that that was not funded, right? Am I correct? That's a request, but not funded? No, that's your unallocated balance.
Right. In the last biennium, we did request $15 million to start renovations at the Capitol, and which are currently being designed. And what at the last bond commission meeting, or the one we had gone to, they released a portion of that, which is 1/3 of the money, or $5 million, to kick off the project. And then once we have the bids in place, then we can have the ability to draw down the balance.
Okay, all right, so that'll happen between this fiscal year and 2022?
Well, we're currently in design right now, so Eric is working on it, and but it has to go out to bid. It'll be a long process. I can't put an exact date on it, but we're certainly working on it.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for all of your input. That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Senator Henry Martin, ranking member. You have questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, everybody. Hi, Jim, Eric, John. Very quickly, in your repair, every time that it rains and we park in the garage, there's water coming from the ceiling of the walkway. Is that being addressed, or has that already been addressed?
You're talking about the skywalk area?
Yes.
We've attempted to address it a number of times. It seems to be better now with the last thing we attempted. We anticipate at some point in the future what we'll need to do is replace the peaked portion of the glass with a design that won't allow it to leak. So,
okay,
it's sort of an ongoing problem with the main atrium in the LOB, that glass, and in the Capitol, we are going to solve that problem hopefully by December of this year. We're going to replace the skylights in the Capitol. We were going to repair them, and after studying it, the decision was that we could not make them watertight permanently, and so they will get replaced.
So Going to the that disability allocation of $5 million that you received, and it looks like you've got 10 million still unallocated. What scope of work for $5 million? You have a list of projects. What is it percent completed on that? And do you have enough funds allocated or unallocated in this regard to complete what you had originally requested?
So this $15 million, the 5 and the 10, is for the exterior restoration primarily of the Capitol. And we're just beginning that process of having to do a new design on it. We had looked to do this 10 years ago and the funding wasn't available after we put it out to bid. And so we need to sort of start from scratch again, unfortunately. That will handle making the building watertight. In terms of the ADA, it was included in there because we may have to address something as we go along. But when we find ADA issues that we can address, we simply have done them out of operating funds.
Eric, so that I have a better understanding, that 10 was the original allocation, or I guess the authorization, was it 15 million and you've received 5 to date?
Yes.
And so you have 10 remaining.
So, Senator, just to further clarify, what they decided to do is the 5 million is for us to do the designs, to get the architects and get the bidding in place, and then once we put it out to bid, and then we get a project schedule, then the other 10 million is available for us to draw down. So it's just, I think what the OPM tried to do this time around was, instead of giving us 15 million and then having it sit for 18 months or whatever, how long we needed before we could get our ducks in a row. So once we get our ducks in a row, then the rest of the money is available to us. I don't know if that clarifies for you.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking, have you spent the entire $5 million?
No.
Very little of it.
Very little, okay. Regarding the old State House, is that open to the public? I see that you've got some work scheduled for that.
We are currently not open to the public. There is programming that is happening there, but we are not currently open. Last summer we did have our farmers market, and this year we're going to have that again. These are outside events. We'll have the farmers market, and we've gotten funding, or actually our partner has gotten funding to do concerts once or twice a week all summer long. And then as far as, we're still working with school groups, and we do have a number of programs that we are making virtual to the schools to use. And they are doing programming, 3 or 4 public programs a month. So we're doing a number of things, even though we are not open to the public. We did have the Kid Governor event where Secretary Merrill came and congratulated the new Kid Governor. That happened about a month and a half ago. So there is activity there, but we're not allowing people in the building yet.
So with these funds of $250,000, is it planned to do the repairs or the renovations and then open it up to the public?
No, we can remain open. Once we open to the public, the construction won't affect that.
I guess so.
So is the
plan to eventually open it up to the public?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
And we're working with the other museums in Hartford, and would probably follow suit fairly quickly once they open. We have a plan for maintaining social distancing and how the staff would deal with it. But it just, at this point, we're not.
I do have one other question. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Regarding the voting boards and sound system in the Senate and in the House, I thought I heard you all say that, I guess, you don't have enough money to complete the project, and it sounds like you're on standstill right now. Did you just miscalculate the cost of the project, or was there a substantial, I guess, change order that is changed the number?
If I may, Senator, So what happened was we had this project in our budget request to do next fiscal year, and that's why it's on our request today. However, obviously due to circumstances, due to COVID, we had to speed up the process to at least start the remote voting that can be done safely for the members. So what we did was we used operating funds to start that project.
Okay, understood. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Terry Wood.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. Question on Representative Mushinski's question on the stairs. When you talked about the repair, were you talking about the inside stairs or the stone stairs, the historic stone stairs? Yeah, I guess a question for Eric.
Yeah, I was talking about the inside stairs. This is where people had been falling. The exterior of the stairs on the north side primarily. Every winter shift a lot, and this winter they shifted a lot more than in previous years. But all of that will get reset as part of a project that is in design right now to repave the parking areas and replace the sidewalk area, the concrete sidewalk areas.
So I'm unclear. I thought we were talking. Go ahead. Sorry.
So anyway, that's in terms of that exterior stairways, that's in process.
Well, I thought, so there are three sets of stairways then. There's the interior ones that are green right now and probably built post 1877 when the building was opened, 1878 when the building was open. The stone stairs that are also interior, those are the ones I think that Representative Mushinski was talking about. So I don't know that you've done repairs to those or any sort of safety protocols for those. Were you talking about the interior, the green ones that are interior?
No, I'm talking about the stone monumental stairs. We tried a number of things on them, and the last thing we did with the help of advocates who we asked to come in and help us was to change the lighting in the stairwells so that there was a light and dark more noticeable between the steps.
Okay, because the other issue with this, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what they told us was people with even a minor sight impairment were not seeing the steps, the depth of the steps, and that lighting would fix that. And as much as we could determine, it has greatly reduced.
It has.
Yeah.
Well, maybe greatly reduced because nobody's in the building.
Well, no, we did that a couple of years.
You did, all right. Because the issue with those stairs is the drop is much more than a standard 7 to 8 inch drop. It's closer to probably 9 or 10 inches, and people just in their heads don't anticipate that kind of drop. And I just wondered if that was looked at, minimizing that drop of each step in a way that wouldn't harm the historical aspect of it, but still protect public safety, because the drop is still there. And the drop I think that is what caused more of the accidents than the lack of being able to see, or maybe a combination of the two. But just ask that you might consider that.
Yeah.
Because it is a big drop, much bigger than normal.
Yes.
My other question is on the $2 million cost for the LCO software. Why does it cost that much?
Well, I think.
Seems like it's high, but I don't know. I don't buy them every day.
Well, we've gone through this process in the past of putting on RFI and looking for vendors who can produce this project and this tool. And this was back, I believe, in around 2013, 14 in that neighborhood somewhere. And the numbers were extraordinarily high, and the quality of product wasn't there where we want it to be. It's a unique circumstance and a very unique setup that we are trying to create here. And I see this as I think we all do, both Paul and I, and John as well, is that this could be a combination of things where our IT department has a lot, they've created something already. Like I said earlier, it's the start of a process that I think we're going to have to dig into more deeply, and may need the help of a vendor in the process. But it is such a unique project and unique opportunity for us that's the reason behind the high cost. And we've seen the numbers previously 6, 7, 8 years ago.
When
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Is that the last time you upgraded the software system was 6, 7, 8 years ago?
No, we maintain it. It's custom written by us. So it goes through several iterations every year. We always have we call off session meetings with LCO, representatives from LCO, and we go through what they think they need changes for. What we did last time is we did do an RFI. I think we had 3 to 4 vendors come in, and I mean the money was pretty astronomical, as Jim said. What we did was we pulled out ideas from those as well, and we sat down with LCO and implemented those. Some of those things did come to fruition, which was great. So I think part of this is really to look at the process as well and see where, now that we're in a COVID time and we're working from home and they've had to switch their process a little bit. They're also going through a director switch. So I'd want to sit down with the director and see what they have for a view of the future in the office. And so I'd want to go out, do an RFI, look at the work process. There's a bit of a small disconnect between the drafting and the statute revision. So I'd like to see how we could kind of smooth that process as well. And I think that's a big part of it.
Okay, just curious. Thank you. I appreciate the background and perspective, and thank you for all you do to make our work.
You're welcome.
I don't want to say easy, but accessible and up to speed, up to current practice. So thank you. Thank you, Madam. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. So Jim, I don't see any other hands up. I want to thank you all. So I know that
Senator Moore, sorry to
pandemic
interrupt. You do have 2 people that have questions.
You do?
Yeah, Rep. Farr and Rep. Meskers.
I'm sorry, Representative Meskers.
Most of my questions were answered. Co-chair, thank you, Madam Chair. Co-chair answered related to the remoteness and Zoom meetings. I guess, Jim, the one thing I found amusing is that the statue, the genius statue is female, and apparently you're expelling her from the building. It's the one genius we have. So I would make an observation there. But in a serious note, go ahead. In a serious note, you're talking about a $500,000 to move it to the roof of the building, right? And the question there, if you looked at alternatives versus fiberglass, I mean, it is a beautiful, and it's become a focal point within the building. I know you're trying to do historic restoration, but taking something that heavy to the top for 500,000, I'm guessing, which could be more, if you've looked at the opportunity of an alternative fiberglass or something for the roof. That's my first question.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to toss that right over to Eric and
thanks a lot.
His expertise.
We did, when that genius that's in the rotunda was created from the plaster model, the second genius that's in the Capitol, which is actually the original plaster model that was put back together. We did look at the options of making her lighter. She was put on a diet. She weighs about 1,000 pounds less than she was originally. And it was designed to maximize, it had to have some weight to take care of the wind load, basically what it's down to. So the engineers picked the amount and it was cast to that weight. But I don't think she lost 1,000 pounds, but it was between 500 and 1,000 pounds.
So you're comfortable it's the right thing
to do to moving. It's a lot thinner than it was originally.
Okay. So my second question, on a more serious note, is on the escalators, which seem to go out on a relatively regular basis on the LOB. So I'm not sure where we are in repairs and maintenance on the LOB escalators.
We have an ongoing maintenance contract, and the escalators, yes, have been very problematic. They seem to be a little better, but of course nobody's in the building riding them, so it may just be that they're not getting a lot of use. We are having elevator problems in the Capitol now, in terms of we've had some failures where the parts were unable to find the parts, and one of the elevators is not running as we speak because they can't find a part. So we do have more of a problem with elevators now than we did with escalators, but that could just have to do with the lack of public in the building.
And is that shelf life in terms of the age for the replacement parts? Is it time for a new elevator? Is that
Yeah,
the-
I think Mr. Otis himself installed the two old capital elevators. They are very old, and the control systems are very old. It's about a $500,000 upgrade that we're basically, the first pass in terms of what it would cost to modernize them.
Okay. And just in all seriousness, thank you for all you do. Maintaining those buildings, the temperature variation, the heat and ceiling, and maintaining, for the traffic we get, you guys do an incredible job. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kate Farrar.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, everyone. Again, my colleagues covered most of the topics, and I know we certainly can reach out with follow-up questions, but just a quick question, I believe, on a few questions that were asked around energy efficiency. Have the two buildings had an energy audit done? I'm just curious if that type of audit had been done previously.
Yes, we've done a couple of, probably two in the last 10 years. We're aware of some upgrades we could do. We've sort of concentrated on lighting up to now because that was where we had the most potential for savings. The LOB heating and cooling system is actually fairly efficient the way it's running. We have some plans in terms of upgrading the Capitol. There's part of that's in process right now, where new boilers are being put into the 5th floor to heat the atrium areas and the 5th floor areas and a few other things. And then long term, when we do the driveway project, we will tie the building into the chilled water and hot water loops and not run our own boilers, but we'll use the hot water from the loop to heat the building. The studies have shown us that continuing to cool the building using the cooling tower is the most cost-effective thing to do. But if the cooling tower were to fail or need to be replaced, it becomes more cost-effective to use the chilled water. So we will build that in when we tie into the loop. But short term, we're going to cool the building on site. Long term, it will probably go to the chilled water loop.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, and if you noted, I think, a few projects that are very much tied to this. So if there's even a priority list that you all are working off of for the energy efficiency, I think that would be helpful for us, because I think what we've heard from many different agencies is a range of projects focused on this, and that just kind of helps us put these pieces together as we're seeing all of your priorities as well.
Yep.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you.
Representative Mary Machinsky.
I forgot to ask one more question. On the sidewalks outside the Capitol and the roadway, are you pulling up the porous material that was designed to let water pass through?
The answer is almost yes. We expect the engineers are going to replace or are going to propose that we take up all that pervious concrete and replace it in terms of the sidewalk areas with concrete, not pervious. But the north steps we would use pavers, and so. But that
so
design has just begun.
You're not happy with the porous surface? Because it does do a nice job of filtering the water back into the soil.
It is not work. The concrete, pervious concrete, that's the sidewalk areas that were done, and the North Steps Plaza area.
Yep.
Has failed a lot sooner than we anticipated, and ours is actually in better condition, lasts longer than most projects. So we want the bulk. They may recommend pavers all the way around the building. I don't expect they will, but that's I'm waiting for them to make the recommendation.
Okay.
But the north steps, yes, I almost certainly will be pavers, so it'll be pervious. And the other thing is we only did a portion of the driveways in pervious material. That has actually held up very well. And again, I'm waiting for the engineers to make their recommendation, but I would expect the recommendation based on other projects is going to be a hard surface travel lane and pervious parking spaces. So the water the water will roll off the hard surface into the parking areas and go into the ground.
Okay, well, as long as you keep that, as long as going to the ground rather than running off the hillside, that would be very good for water quality.
We
Okay.
would like to keep as much of it as practical, but the pervious concrete has not worked out.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see no other questions. So Jim, I want to thank you and your team for coming in today, and thank you for what you do for us at the building.
Thank you, Senator. It's our pleasure to be here. And you know, everybody on this team is here pretty much every session day that you guys are here. So if you need to stop by and see us, we're happy to help you out, whatever you need.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right,
So,
Senator,
Tom?
next, yep, we have Chief Medical Examiner. I believe they are, yep, they're here. Dr. James Gill.
Yes.
Dr. Gill,
Good afternoon.
how are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
Been busy?
Yes, we have.
That's probably not even a sufficient word, busy, for you
Yeah, no,
during this pandemic.
right.
All right, so would you like to give us your presentation?
Yes, so we're here looking for funding for an expansion of our facility. The current building was started in 1987 when we were doing 1,300 autopsies a year. Now we're approaching 2,900 autopsies a year, and we have issues with autopsy space, storage of refrigerated storage for bodies, office space, radiology space. So we really have outgrown this facility due to the increase in our work volume. And I only see that workload increasing, not decreasing.
Sir, is that it? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
So I want to just acknowledge the hard work that you've had in this past year. It's historical. I hope we never have to see it again. But I wanted to ask you, were you prepared for the amount of autopsy you might have had to take place this year, especially when you consider the amount of people who died in nursing homes?
Well, most of the COVID deaths actually don't come here for an autopsy. Most of them we investigate because they die in the hospital. So most of them don't come here. The ones that we saw were people who died at home or were suspected to be COVID deaths. But we've certainly seen an increase in our drug intoxication deaths this year, our motor vehicle deaths, as well as other types of deaths.
So would nursing homes go to someplace else?
It depends if they have a clear diagnosis, then they may not even need an autopsy, and the doctor at the nursing home would certify the death. We still would receive a copy of the death certificate. They would report the death to us, and we would kind of do a little investigation to make sure that that everything fits, and we agree.
Thank you. Well, I see some of my members have questions for you. My ranking Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Jim. Thank you for coming in. Jim, I don't have questions regarding your ask here, but I recall, I can't remember if it was my first term or my second term, but it was someone from your staff, and you guys seem to be, I won't say busting at the seams regarding the facility, but just manpower itself, just the lack of people that you needed in order to take care of taking care of the autopsies that you had to do here. Can you just speak to us a little bit about those needs? I'm sure the rest of the committee will have addressed your facilities request here, but can you just educate us a little bit about what's going on with lack of manpower, I guess, at your end?
Sure. So we have 51 full-time staff here. We cover the entire state. So all medical examiner deaths have to be reported to us. We have investigators around 24/7 who have to go to the scenes, to investigate these deaths. And we've had this same number of 51 full-time staff for the past few years, even though this increasing number that we've been seeing for the past 5 or 6 years. And so certainly the manpower is a major shortage, and we're trying to address that as well, getting another medical examiner, another investigator, and so forth. But we also need a place for them to work. You know, I can have 2 or 3 more medical examiners, but we don't have the tables for them to actually do the autopsies on. And so we need to kind of get our physical plant in shape, and then hopefully build the staff with that as well.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Doctor, for being here. Appreciate it. Is your facility now, are you looking to expand where you are now in your location?
That would be the best. You know, by statute, we are supposed to be on a campus, a medical school campus in the state. And this is a central area for us with the highways and so forth. So I think this is a good location. And there is some space on we're on the Yukon Health Center campus. And we've had some preliminary looks about potential areas of expansion. And it seems like it'd be work here, yes. So we would prefer to stay here. People live around here, et cetera. And it is central to the state. So I think it is a good location.
I see. And are you part of, it seems almost like you're part of that facility, the Yukon Health Care facility. Are you physically part of that facility?
No, we have a separate standalone building, but we do use some of the computer hookups through Yukon. But otherwise, we are a standalone building. We just happen to be on the campus. There's security and so forth, you know, they're police, but we are standalone, our own budget and everything.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, everybody there, for your help and your service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. James, can I ask you, do you know any federal funding that might be available to help you with the improvements?
You know, there is a big federal push for forensics in general, and there have been from time to time federal grants for facility expansion and things. It all depends when it comes along, but that's something I've been keeping an eye out for as well, because I think there is a potential to help with some of that, certainly. The thing is, we don't have grant managers and people can apply for these things that we have, barely can do what we do here. So we would need some help in that grant application and managing it and so forth.
Would that mean hiring or bringing on consultants to help you with that? Or would that mean an increase in your staff?
Well, I mean, there may be something like OPM. They may be able to have a grant manager there that they could make available, or instead of us just hiring one grant manager for that one project. I think you may have frozen.
Senator? She might have frozen or disconnected. I could step in until she comes back.
Please do.
Okay. Okay. So then, who was asking a question? The senator was asking a question, right? So how about we go to Representative Meskers?
I think the senator's
back.
back.
Senator's back.
I got knocked out. This has been some day with this internet. Here, my question was, is your accreditation in jeopardy if you don't make these adjustments or expansion?
Yes.
It is.
It is. Yep. We kind of squeaked by last time. We managed. I think our staffing is in good shape, in decent shape, but the facility, we're going to have a physical inspection here in 2022, where they actually come in and spend the day looking at our facility, looking at the size of our coolers, whether or not we have enough body space and so forth. And frankly, we have to have a refrigerated tractor trailer in our parking lot to store the extra remains. There's some times when we have to tell hospitals they have to hold the bodies. We can't bring them in yet because we don't have enough space. We've already expanded our cooler space. There was an old kind of store area that we converted into a cooler space a couple of years ago. And now we've had to add this tractor trailer outside. So it's definitely going in the wrong direction.
Is that the result that you need the refrigerated trailer?
We initially got it because of in preparation for COVID, but then since then we've realized we need it as well. So we've maintained it even though COVID's kind of came down during the summer and so forth. We still need it.
All right, and I just wanted to follow up regarding the delay in taking bodies from the hospitals. I know I heard that a lot from some of my friends who are morticians about the delay during COVID. Is that a unique problem?
I think COVID, they may have had a more issue with the hospitals. For us, usually our issue is when we have a long weekend and we have to rely on funeral homes for picking up the remains from us in order to make more space for us to take in new remains. And so on a long weekend, sometimes that slows down a bit. And on Monday or Tuesday, we are at capacity and we have to tell hospitals, we can't take the remains. Our general goal is that if a body is here by 9 in the morning, we will do the autopsy that same day. There are many offices around the country, I can tell you that sometimes it takes 3 or 4 days before they even get to doing the autopsy. So we are able to do that, I think, because we have a very motivated staff, but it's getting to the point now where we're really being limited to what we can do.
Thank you, sir. I see Representative Meskers has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in relation to this conversation and earlier conversations today, I've got a growing concern in relation to our bonding in relation to the federal government. So it's not, I guess it's not a question for this presentation, but generically, I wonder how flexible we'll have to be in the structure and the nature and the issuance of our bonding in view of what's going to go on with the infrastructure and further federal bailouts, just so we can maximize and capture the matching funds, and whether some of our designations will have to be flexible, and whether we'll have to meet right up through the budget and potentially after the budget, or who will have the ability to modify some of those borrowing strictures so that we make sure we maximize. I want to make sure we get every federal dollar available. And I just throw that out to the committee. I'm not sure where this goes this year. It's going to be a very strange year in terms of as they write the rules on the infrastructure plan and any other further aid to figure out where we shoehorn the federal aid into our needs for these various requirements we're getting. This one particularly, when you look at COVID and you think about our medical examiner, you could see that we could easily find some federal and where we'll have to design for matching funds how we borrow. So I just mentioned that as something to keep in mind going forward.
Thank you, Representative. I've been thinking the same thing. I sit on Human Services and we've tried to do some creative things with funding that we think is coming to offset some things that we wanted to get done. So I think we should make sure that that comes up in our final evaluation about the federal dollars. And maybe by the time we get to the end of this, we'll know more about how the federal dollars can offset some of our costs that maybe some other things could be done. Maybe we get some additional things done.
And just along those lines, I guess with OPM, and or with our senators, our federal delegation to figure out how they're designing the distribution, what the oversight is, so we make sure we get we get the maximum drawdown on the federal dollars. That'd be interesting. Okay, thanks.
Well, the federal delegation right now is presenting to the Bridgeport delegation and the city council today, right now, as I'm talking to you. That's taking place. It might be helpful for us to ask them if they could do the same for us, right? To figure just to hear from them what they're doing. So thank you for bringing that up, Representative Meskers. I don't see any other questions. Let me know if I'm wrong. All right. Well, Dr. Gill, thank you for coming before us. We have no questions on that funding. We want to make sure you get it. And it's
Thank
just
you.
not a conversation to make sure you can do what you need to do to serve Connecticut, but also to be in compliance. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So next is Tom here?
Tom had to step away, and next is Connecticut Port Authority, but I haven't seen anyone from their group come into the waiting room yet. So I think I'll just give them a couple more minutes.
No one's here from Port Authority?
Not yet, nope.
Is anyone here from the next group?
No, I have not seen anyone come in from Yukon either.
And those are the only two we have left.
Yes.
So we'll just recess for a moment while we wait for them to come. Is that all right with everybody?
Oh, here they are. I'm letting them in now.
Oh, they're there?
Yep, here they come.
And is it the Port Authority?
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, they are all in the room now, Senator
They
Moore.
are. Okay. And who might be representing this group? Who's the lead on this?
So I'm John Henshaw, Executive Director of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
I see David Corus. He's a fabric of Fairfield County.
David is our board chair.
He's your board chair?
Correct. And Deputy Secretary Diamantis is also going to join us as well, I believe.
Oh, great, great. So, Mr. Henshaw, would you like to give us your presentation?
Sure. So I'm going to give a brief statement summarizing our testimony. We have submitted testimony to you, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. So Senator Moore, Representative Borer, Senator Martin, Representative Piscopo, and distinguished members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. As you are aware, the Connecticut Port Authority is the state's quasi-public agency responsible for promoting and coordinating the development of the state's ports and maritime economy. As Chairman and Executive Director of the CPA, we appear before you today to provide brief testimony regarding the authority's mission and strategic vision, our existing unallocated bond authorization, as well as those new authorizations proposed in this 2021 session. It is important to note the Port Authority's role as it relates to the 3 deepwater ports and multitude of working harbors on Long Island Sound and our rivers. The CPA only directly manages one facility, the State Pier in New London. And so our efforts cover a broad range of activities, but are limited outside that single property to supporting through policy, investment, and marketing the municipal and private participants in the state's maritime economy. This broad range of activities is effectively documented and fleshed out in the state's first maritime strategy, produced by the authority with robust stakeholder engagement in 2018. We remind you of all that the strategy includes 8 strategic objectives that are meant to provide a roadmap for investment decisions and resource allocations over a 5-year period. Those objectives are: manage the state pier to increase utilization and profitability, build more volume in our commercial ports, support dredging of Connecticut's ports and waterways, support the Small Harbor Improvement Projects Program, or SHIP, create intermodal operations, leverage of emerging opportunities, enhance ferry systems and cruise coordination activities, and ensure future support of the CPA. We're proud to say that as we near the halfway point of the strategy's envisioned lifespan to 2023, we have already made progress across all 8 strategic objectives. With the additional requested resources before this committee, we are confident that the authority will be well positioned to advance the interest of Connecticut's maritime economy. With respect to unallocated bond authorization, the CPA's unallocated bond authorization balance as of March 1st, 2021 totals $70,084,169. And the proposed 2021 bond authorization totals $50 million. And we'd be happy to answer any questions. David, did you want to add anything?
I'll just reinforce that point that basically our bond authorizations fall generally into two categories. The funding that we can utilize in the 3 deep water ports for projects such as dredging, and we can speak to the progress and the status of those initiatives in both New Haven and Bridgeport, as well as the State Pier in New London, and then an additional pot which is exclusively dedicated to the smaller working harbors called the SHIP program. Those are essentially the two buckets of things that we're authorized to spend on, and I see we're now joined by Deputy Secretary Diamantis as well.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the State Pier in New London, that project. Is that active construction going on right now?
So we have remediation activities taking place in advance of the construction project. So that's what's underway currently at the terminal.
Do you have any idea how long that will take?
I believe it is supposed to extend into the summer, but we will start construction activities in a June timeframe, I believe.
And so there's $5 million for authorizations for some small ports. Have you received more requests than $5 million?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I think our current round that was approved by the board most recently totaled just under 4 million. And typically the list of eligible projects that we get applications for have been just under our annual authorization of 5 million.
Thank you. I see some hands up. My co-chair representative for Borer, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, thank you, Senator Moore, and hello, everybody. Thank you for being here today. I just want to make sure I understand the difference in the two programs. So the unallocated balance, the 60 million, my agency shows in a governor's recommendation of 50 million. That says dredging, but then grants and aid for improvements to ports, marinas, including dredging, is the 10 million. So what is the difference between the dredging? One is deep water?
Correct. So the 10 million is for the Small Harbor Improvement Projects Program.
Yeah, so each of the pots can fund a range of activity types, from port infrastructure to dredging, et cetera. The difference is in the ports that are eligible for the expenditure of each. And so the 60 and the 50 request are Bridgeport, New Haven, and New London. And the 10 is for the small harbors.
Great, got it, thanks. And then I would love to hear an update on New Haven and Bridgeport's dredging.
Sure. So probably the closer of the two to actually dredging is the New Haven Navigation Improvement Project. And that is basically a deepening and widening of the channel and turning basin in New Haven. And it's to support larger vessels calling there, increase traffic, and improving safety and general navigation in the harbor and the approach, actually. And so that's a $74 million total project for which the state has roughly a 35% match required. And that is just, and we just finished the feasibility stage, and we're going to enter into hopefully this fiscal year into the preliminary engineering design phase.
Great, thanks. And
oh, I'm sorry, for Bridgeport, let me update you on that. So Bridgeport is in the process of working with the Army Corps of Engineers. It's a little different. It's a maintenance dredge, so it's actually a federal responsibility. So there isn't state money required for the maintenance dredge itself. However, because of the quality of the material that's going to be dredged, something called a contained aquatic disposal cell is going to be required, and there will be a state match required to build that disposal cell for the dredge materials. The Army Corps is in the process of developing a dredge material management plan. They anticipate having that done sometime around May of 22. And assuming all that proceeds smoothly, probably the earliest we might see dredging take place would be in fiscal year 24 at the earliest. And that's based on the availability of funding from the federal government.
Great, thanks. And what is the environmental impact? Will the surrounding towns, will they have any type of impact from what's dredged?
So no, I mean, essentially the dredge materials, clean material can be taken to sea. Dirty material will be confined in a disposal cell. So there shouldn't be any impact. There is a component of the New Haven dredge where they're going to be using what's called a beneficial use of dredge materials. And that's going to be providing a wetland buffer to a portion of the harbor in New Haven. And so they have found a way to make beneficial use of some of those dredge materials.
Thanks. And is it mostly, for commercial activity, or, well, I guess there's not a lot of deep water recreational boats, right?
Right, so it is primarily for commercial activity. The Army Corps bases its recommendations for projects on commercial traffic.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a follow-up, is the state pier in New London part of that, the 3 towns that you mentioned?
Part of the what?
You mentioned three places, Bridgeport.
Oh, yes.
And New London, is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
So for New London, you didn't mention what was happening there. I asked, is the state pier a part of the project that you would be talking about?
Oh, sure. So the state pier, is subject to an agreement that was negotiated last year and resulted in February of 2020 in the Harbor Development Agreement. And essentially, it's a partnership between the Port Authority, Gateway Terminals, which operates the terminal in New London, Ørsted, the Danish energy company, and Eversource, the power utility. So it's a partnership between those entities to redevelop the pier as a multi-purpose, heavy lift capable terminal facility.
And we have, and Senator, we have an MOU with both the Office of Policy and Management and the Department of Administrative Services for project management. And so the reason that Deputy Secretary Diamantis is here is because we work absolutely hand in glove with the administration, acknowledging while the Port Authority has a lot of relevant expertise and experience in this area, we do not have quite the depth of capacity that the state does. And so we've worked very hard to leverage the institutional capacity of both OPM, DAS, and beyond. And Deputy Secretary Diamantis is the project lead on State Pier. And the resources that you see here, which are for those 3 ports, are for the State Pier project and the state's match for the New Haven dredge.
So the state matches what the federal government, I heard you say 35% on the New Haven piece as a state match. Is all the rest of the money coming from the federal government or private investors or partners?
It's coming from both the state and from our private partners.
Sorry, Senator, are you talking about State Pier, or are you talking about the New Haven dredge or the Bridgeport dredge?
New Haven dredge.
New Haven dredge would be federal, would be the 70%.
Okay, and then so it's not always the same. It's not always just federal and state. Sometimes it's partners and the federal and the state, a combination.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And the beauty of the New London deal, unlike what we're seeing, frankly, in a lot of other harbors and ports, is the magnitude of the private money that was leveraged to help the state achieve the long-term improvements that we have had, frankly, on the drawing board for so long, but have been unable to initiate because we didn't want to spend exclusive dollars on that.
Thank you. Representative Piscopo, the ranking member, please. You have a hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. The 30 million, is there 30 million of our bonding going to the London State Pier project? Is that our contribution?
No, it's actually more than that, but it includes multiple years of state bond allocations going back to 2019, and you know, I think the important point to note is that the private contribution is all in. It's about 70 something million. That is not state resources going into the project.
I see. And in the news recently, there was you spoke of it, David. You spoke of an overrun of some 20 million. How does that affect the request here?
Yeah, so you know the project estimates have continued to evolve as we moved from conceptual design to preliminary design to 30%, 60%, et cetera. And Deputy Secretary can speak to this further, but we anticipate that the allocations that we're seeking at this time are adequate in conjunction with the private resources to complete the project and deliver on the range of capabilities at that facility that'll position us for decades to come.
Thank you. And just in general, what's the capacity of the piers? Is Bridgeport, is that pretty well booked up or utilized?
No, unfortunately, Bridgeport is very much constrained by the fact that a federal maintenance dredge has not happened since the 1960s. And the properties are all in private control. And so there are some upgrades necessary to the properties. But the real key there, as John described, is the maintenance dredge. That we would like to see, as soon as possible, but it does not look like, frankly, for another 3 years at best. New Haven is definitely well utilized, and the private sector there and the ongoing, dredge has made full utilization of that port. And then New London, has been sort of limping along, but hasn't had the capacity or the capabilities to really attract the range of cargo that we've all hoped to see flow through it. And so with this project, we simultaneously get a guaranteed user for the next 10 years with offshore wind who will maximize throughput at that facility. And then we have enhancements that will continue to create return for the state for decades to come, significantly broadening the range of cargo types that can be accommodated there, because it does not currently have heavy lift capabilities, whereas it will have enhanced load bearing across the entirety of the facility when the project's completed.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, good, Senator.
Dave, regarding the 70 million of private funding, did I understand you saying that that money is being used to leverage federal money?
No, that was we were talking about a few different projects simultaneously there. The federal money is all in the dredge projects in Bridgeport and New Haven. We do not have federal money in the port project in New London. And you may have seen, just to kind of throw it out there, that the federal administration recently made an announcement around port infrastructure, particularly as it relates to offshore wind. Though interestingly, we will not likely have access to that because we are too far ahead. So the drawback is we will probably be too far advanced for the benefit of that federal money. The good news is we are out ahead of most ports in the Northeast in particular, and hopefully will reap the economic benefits, the economic development impacts of that because we were in early.
Where does the 70 million come into play? How did we come into that money?
Sure. So that was through the Harbor Development Agreement executed in 2020. That is the money from Ørsted and Eversource. About, just to talk round numbers, 50 million of that is from them as a result of the harbor development agreement, and 20 of that was committed through the selection by DEEP of the Deepwater Wind 300 megawatts in late 2019.
And what's the plans for those funds? How will those funds be used?
So they offset the need for state bond funds in the state pier improvement. And so we're basically getting 50% more, at least 60, 70% more improvements to state pier that we will own as the state forever than we would otherwise get with our own resources.
What's the status of state pier currently? Where are you in a big scope of the project?
Sure. So as John mentioned earlier, the remediation is underway, which was part of the property transfer from DOT to the CPA. We are, and Deputy Secretary can speak further to this, but we are in the final stages of our permitting process with DEEP and the Army Corps, which we expect to be resolved by early summer. And we are in the final stages of negotiating the construction contract so that there is scope of work that we will initiate this spring and summer that is not dependent on the outstanding permits. And then there's scope that will come in concurrent with the permits, all working towards a completion of the facility by late 2022.
Okay, so that's not too far away.
No,
Good.
no, remarkably
Yeah,
so.
yeah, big project. Okay, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, sir. Representative Meskers.
Hi, Dave. Walk me back a second. So the scope of the project, we're, in terms of the financial magnitude of the project, have we settled on that now? Because that was an issue we had before.
Deputy Secretary, do you want to handle that or you want me to?
David, you can feel free to start to kick it off, or I can jump in when you need me to.
Yeah. So we are closer to a final number than when we were last before the Transportation Committee, and it's still in that 200 range. But we are, we won't have a rock solid number until the bids come in, as you're aware, right? We put the bids out to market and we get that number back. But we are getting much closer to a final number, and it has not gone up at all since we were last before.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about that. And so you will be coming back to Transportation and then to all of us for that final number on bonding, is my question.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the process will be. I mean, we're not asking for any more money than you see before you right now, I think is the short answer. And we're confident that that gets us to a completion of the project.
Okay, so I'll be a stick in the mud or a thorn in your side in terms of the oversight once we create the asset and the structure on the whatever optionality for renewal of the lease, because the state is building a state-of-the-art pier where there's going to be access to certain groups for the wind, and I'm not against it, what DEEP's doing. I want to make sure that we can yank that control back after a certain period of time so that we can maximize the revenue stream of a state-owned asset. So my only concern is the control, that the renewal option is in the state's control and not in the lessee's control in terms of an option to renew. I don't want to underprice any option to renew and make sure we can put it out to bid. I mean, you're so far into the weeds on the headache of getting this whole thing underwritten and done. But once you create the Mona Lisa, I want to make sure I own the ticket, right? Or own the original. So
let me jump in with that with David as well. I couldn't agree more from the OPM perspective. If we're going to get into this dance, we should definitely own the asset at the end of the day and control the asset at the end of the day.
Yeah, the renewal option is where I'm focused like a buzzsaw. So
absolutely,
we don't lose sight on that. Okay.
Yeah, we completely agree, Representative. And as you recognize, right, we will be in a very different position when the facility is complete and in our control than when we were negotiating for the first 10 years, where we were leveraging a private capital contribution and there was uncertainty around, whether and how the facility would be upgraded. And so, we completely agree that at the end of the first term, we need to get the full market value for
whether that's OPM or David Lehman, who's got Goldman background, or somebody in the financial community. I want to make sure that optionality stays with the state on the renewals. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Senator Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Dave. So when the project is completed, what will the annual income be to state or to the CPA?
Sure. So the 10-year lease term provides a $2 million annual payment, which is far in excess of anything we received previously, as well as a revenue share from Gateway for the cost of moving the goods, 7% of handling and 50% of dockage and wharfage, which we estimate to be just to give a ballpark, in the $500,000 a year range.
Okay, great.
So yeah, it'd be about 2.5.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Are there any more questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for bringing your team together and coming in to talk to us today. If we have any additional questions, we'll reach out to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Moore. Thank you all. Thanks, Rep. Moore.
Take care. So UConn is up next, and I'm going to ask my co-chair, Bora, could she step in for me for a couple of minutes?
Sure.
Introduce the mic away for a minute, all right?
Sure, I sure can.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you. And I see we have Tom from UConn. So happy to see you. Thank you for your patience. I know we're running a little bit over, but do you want to introduce your team?
I would love to. Thank you, Chair Borer, and thank you recently departed Chair Moore, and ranking members Martin and Piscopo. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to update you on the transformative building initiatives that you've made possible at the University of Connecticut. So with me today, I have Scott Jordan, Executive Vice President for Administration and Chief Financial Officer, Laura Cruikshank, Associate Vice President, Master Planner and Chief Architect, and Rika Wynn, Director of Capital Budget and Planning. On the UConn Health side, we have Dr. Andy Aguinobi, the CEO and Executive Vice President for Health Affairs, Lisa Danville, the Associate Vice President of Budgeting, and Tom Trutter, Vice President for Campus Planning, Design, and Construction. And attached to this testimony is information on the University Capital Program that you may find useful. And at your convenience, I want to encourage you to take a few minutes to view the 3 videos that are included in your advanced materials as links. So it's easy to just click on them. And these visuals capture much better than any words I can share with you the excitement, environment, and opportunity that the building initiatives of this committee have created. So with that, Madam Chair, would you like me to just get started with my remarks?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my remarks will be in 3 parts, an hour and a half each. Just kidding, about 5 minutes, and they will. And then after that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Andy Aguinobi for more on UConn Health. I'd like to highlight some of the successes of your university over the past year, and then an overview of the capital program since its inception, and then what our request is for this year. So to get started, despite COVID's challenges, I'm pleased to tell you that your state's public flagship university and only public research university and academic medical center is thriving, and more than surviving, but thriving. Our total enrollment is the highest it has ever been at 32,000, despite the fact that we had to decrease our residential population from 12,000 to 4,700 to be safe and socially distant. I just note that this is counter to the trend among regional and national campuses, which have seen declines in enrollment as the demographics of young people graduating from high school is beginning to decline around the country. More than that, we enrolled our largest ever freshman class, 72% of whom were in-state students. And for the first time, we were over 5,000 in-state newly enrolled undergraduates for the first time ever. We've been implementing a robust and truly nation-leading testing program that includes pool testing and wastewater advanced testing for students, faculty, and staff. And I'm really proud that we have been able to stay open safely. Unlike many of our peers who've had to shut down, we have not seen any spread from students to faculty and staff or surrounding communities. At the same time, UConn Health has treated more than 800 COVID patients, and I'm so proud of Andy, the leadership, and all of the team at UConn Health who have been true heroes for this state throughout the pandemic. The state's been there when UConn Health has needed it, and UConn Health has been there for the state. I'm really proud of that. But our success has not been just on the health front. We set a number of records this year, including in the midst of COVID. We received $286 million in new research awards, our best year yet. Our startup companies raised $400 million in private equity, which is more than the first 4 years of our startup incubator combined. With a typical multiplier, this represents an indirect economic impact of close to $1 billion. Over 100 small business companies were assisted through our tech park, and UConn intellectual property is addressing and contributing to the fight on COVID. And just to give you 3 examples, 3 startup companies that came out of or benefited from UConn IP. Carogen is a company that creates a platform for vaccine development. IMSTEM is a cell therapy company for coronavirus pneumonia treatment, and CT Biotech creates custom protective masks. So we're contributing in ways direct and indirect to the benefit of the state. 72% of last year's in-state students who graduated are living and working in Connecticut. And UConn is the single largest producer of engineers in the state, graduating more than 50% of the engineers each year. Just want to let that sink in for just a minute. What that means is that UConn graduates more engineers than all of the other colleges and universities in the state of Connecticut combined. So it's not just that we are contributing talent and quality, but we're contributing at a scale that adds tremendous value to the state of Connecticut. So now I'd like to turn to the capital program. The university has benefited tremendously from the UConn 2000 Infrastructure Improvement Program established by the General Assembly in 1995. We're now in the 3rd phase of this 32-year program, which is designed to modernize, rehabilitate, and expand the physical plan of the university. This phase extends through fiscal year 27 and includes Next Gen Connecticut and the Bioscience Connecticut initiatives. The Bioscience Initiative at UConn Health completed in 2018, and the Next Gen Connecticut program at stores and regionals is moving along quite aggressively, I would say. Since the beginning of UConn 2000, we have seen improvements in nearly every facet of the university, as evidenced by the successes I mentioned just a few moments ago. And at this point, I just have to pause and give credit where credit is due. You know, the state and the legislature's investment of over $4 billion in capital infrastructure at UConn over this 20+ year period has been a major attractor of talent for the university and for the state, attracting both faculty and students. And it really has reversed a prior brain drain that was taking place before that. And I would say it's the major driver of the rise in the ranking of your state public flagship university over the past 20 years, rising from 38th in US News and World Report to 24. I would say that this subcommittee's investment is the single most responsible factor for that rise. Specifics on the Next Generation Connecticut Capital Program. The original goals of the program were to hire and support faculty, train graduates, to meet the workforce needs of the state, develop preeminence in research and innovation programs, and initiate research and industry partners for economic development. The cornerstone of this effort is the development of new facilities and renovation of critical infrastructure. The capital component of NextGen Connecticut is progressing rapidly, and it's supporting my priority to double research and scholarship at UConn over the next 7 to 10 years. If this is successful, not only will this increase research, but it'll bring an additional $250 million a year in federal funding to our state. And it will help to translate more university discoveries into licenses, patents, startups, and jobs. Since NextGen Connecticut began in 2013, we have funded 174 new faculty, 98 of whom are in STEM fields, and enrolled over 2,000 additional undergraduate students. Our faculty have also made significant increases in research productivity, for example, increasing research awards by 86 million or 91% over that time. So Scott Jordan, our CFO, can discuss specifically the building projects we have completed, those that are in construction, planning, and design during the Q&A. But I'm just going to conclude by summarizing what is it we're asking for. So what are we asking for this year? First of all, we're grateful for the governor's proposed capital program, maintaining UConn 2000 funding of $191 million in FY22 and $125 million in FY23, as specified in state statute. And we ask the committee simply to maintain this level of funding. It's imperative to recognize that this long-term capital program phases project funds over multiple years. So this funding will support years 8 and 9 of a 13-year capital program. Numerous projects are currently in construction with required funding to be allotted in these future years. And to avoid additional costs associated with delaying or shutting down projects in construction, it's critical that planned levels of capital funding remain intact to support these interdependent projects, as well as to assist in the state's economic recovery through creation or preservation of thousands of construction jobs. So that's it in a nutshell. Before I hand it over to Dr. Aguinobi, I just want to say again, thank you for your service, your leadership, and support. It's so important to us and the vitality of the state. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Aguinobi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you. My name is Dr. Andy Aguinobi, and I want to thank the co-chairs, the ranking members, and the members of the committee. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And most of all, thank you for your support in the past. Your support has really led UConn Health as a whole to be a cutting edge state asset that is contributing immensely to the economic development of the state and helping real people, real citizens of Connecticut to advance both from an educational, but also from a clinical perspective. I just want to say a few words about that so that you know what your support has done and has contributed to. From an educational standpoint, we have the largest class sizes right now in the medical school and in the dental school. In fact, and not only the largest, but just are amazing. We were ranked by, the medical school was ranked by US News and World Report as one of the top 10 medical schools in the nation for its health career opportunity program that has resulted in diversity of its student body. And the School of Dental Medicine has been recognized by the American Dental Education Association for achievements in recruitment and matriculation. But I think what that really just means for us in Connecticut is that anyone in Connecticut that has a child or a family member who wants to become a doctor or a dentist, a doctor in terms of dental medicine, can do that through the University of Connecticut. And in fact, 73% of the first year on the School of Medicine are residents of, are citizens of Connecticut, and 48% of the dental school are also Connecticut citizens. So we also have residents. We have people who have graduated from medical school and who are now specializing both in medical and dental field, providing patient care in local hospitals in 28 communities across the state. And these programs, these GME programs, also bring in about over $132 million in federal funds to the state and the area hospitals to support their salaries and training. And then in addition to that, we have 360 PhD and master's students in the graduate school. In terms of research, innovation, and startups, I think the president has talked a lot about that already. Through the Bioscience Connecticut, strategic investments were made in Yukon Health and the region to determine to drive research and economic growth. As a result, research awards are growing, and the technology incubation space for biotech startup companies is actually at its capacity. Research revenues have grown each year for the past 3 years and are at record levels over 100 million. We have a great relationship and collaboration with Jackson Laboratory. It's very strong in its grant submissions. They've resulted in 42.5 million in awards with another 62.7 million pending. And we've already talked about the biotechnology startup. But we also, in Yukon Health, all of these, the research, education, and clinical is all integrated. So a lot of times we're hiring the same person that we hire does clinical care, might be a surgeon, does research, for example, neurosurgery, does research, collaborates with Jackson Laboratory, teaches both students and GME, that's fellows and residents. So I hope that many of you have had a chance to come to the Yukon Health campus. From a clinical perspective, our services are just state of the art. The buildings, the equipment, the faculty we've been able to attract here are really gaining national recognition for providing care with new approaches and technologies that actually in many other hospitals, especially hospitals that are not tertiary or teaching hospitals, are not able to provide in the state. For example, in pulmonary care, we were the first in New England recently to do robotic bronchoscopy, which diagnoses lung cancer in its infancy and allows us to move patients quickly into surgical treatment. We've also been noted as we've been listed in Connecticut as the American Brain Tumor Association Center, one of 2 centers that provide state-of-the-art care for brain tumors, and so on and so forth. But finally, I'll just say that from a public mission, I hope the state has been proud of having an organization like Yukon Health that does research, teaching, and clinical care, particularly during this difficult time that we've had with COVID-19. It's wonderful to have such an amazing organization as an asset for the state. And by the way, from a financial standpoint, we provide about 2.2 billion in overall economic impact. And because of the growth at Yukon Health, with your support, we've been increasing our revenues by about 10% a year for the last 6 years. So it's been very good. In terms of our bonding request, it's imperative that we keep up with the maintenance of our buildings on our campus so that we can continue to do all of these wonderful things that we do here. We have not actually asked for any bond funds, or none have been approved, should I say, or available to Yukon Health since the Bioscience Connecticut program in fiscal year 18. And part of that was really because of the difficulties the state was having. We decided to come forth with a very small ask in each of those years, and knowing that we might not receive anything, and really resting on the fact that, okay, we had Bioscience Connecticut until 2018, and we were sort of taking our foot off that pedal to allow the state to deal with its issues. But of course, what has occurred is that we have a lot of deferred maintenance and a lot of capital needs. I'll also say that what has made the situation worse is that because of the unfunded legacy costs that we've had to deal with each year, we've actually reduced our internal capital spending each year to be able to balance the cash and be able to address that unfunded legacy cost each year. So it made it even worse. But to just conclude my comments, like other state agencies, we're asking this committee for funds to cover critical deferred maintenance, equipment, and limited renovations and improvements. Specifically, we're asking for capital funds in the amount of 57.1 million in fiscal year 22 and 23 million in fiscal year 23. And we can give more details on that if there are questions. What I would just say, though, is that if you're wondering what the overall capital needs are, we did a third-party facilities condition assessment prepared by an independent consultant, which estimated the total 10-year non-recurring and recurring deferred maintenance costs at 295 million. And we estimate it's about, on a rolling average, about 35 million per year. is our need for annual capital costs. And again, we've not had any approved whatsoever since fiscal year 18. So with those, I'll stop. And again, I just want to thank you. I think more than anything, I just want to say that we're excited. The morale is high at UConn Health. We're proud of everything that with your support that we've accomplished. And we hope that we've demonstrated in all those areas that the state can be proud of its investments so far in UConn Health. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is someone else presenting or?
That's it, Madam Chair. We're open.
Okay.
We're all yours.
Great, and I see my great Senator co-chair back. I'm not sure if you want to take the driver's seat back or you want me to keep going. It's up to you.
Take it. I thank you.
Okay.
Had to vote. All right. So thank you for the presentation. I got to hear 99% of it. So thank you. I wanted to first say congratulations to you all on what you've done in the way of STEM. And the graduation rates is very impressive, very. I wanted to ask you, could you provide any information about where your students are coming from, their race or their gender? And do you know if they stay in Connecticut after?
Yes. So we had our highest applicant pool ever this year, 38,000 applicants, up from 36,000 last year. So this is amid a decreasing demographic of graduating high school students. It is also our most diverse ever, 45% being underrepresented minorities. So it's broadening. The largest portion of the growth is starting to come in the regional campuses. We are seeing growth everywhere, but the largest in the regionals, where diversity really leads the way in many of the regional campuses, Stanford, Waterbury, and others. It's 50 to 65% diverse. So it's a majority minority institution in those areas. But what we're seeing as a result of COVID is what we think is a rush to value. We've seen this in the past. In 2009, when there was the global financial crisis, there was a similar sort of rush to value. But what is important here is that people around the country are seeing that value in the public flagship university of the state of Connecticut. And I don't think our brand value would be so high if it weren't for the support of things like Next Gen Connecticut and UConn 2000.
How many campuses do you have?
So we what is it? 5 plus the mothership. 5 or 6. I probably easier for me to name them than count them, to be honest. So we have Avery Point, Stanford, Waterbury, Hartford. The reason it's a little fuzzy is we also have a law campus in Hartford, and we don't know you count that as a separate campus or not. It's part of the Hartford campus, but it's not contiguous. So sometimes it's counted separately. Mm-hmm. And then Farmington is where UConn Health is and where our School of Medicine, School of Dentistry are. Did I leave anything off, team? I think I caught them all.
Thank you. So, and do you know if they stay in the state? Are they residents that
so there was a
stay, or do they leave?
Flew by that was 72% of our graduates last year stayed in state.
Great.
And I think that number is, I think Dr. Aguinobi told me by coincidence, that was the same number for School of Medicine and School of Dentistry, which is, by the way, extremely high for a School of Medicine or School of Dentistry, which tends to draw more nationally. So those are both pretty solid numbers.
Thank you for that. So when do you have any new buildings?
Do we have any new buildings? Science 1 is going up, and then the renovation to Gant. Those are the current projects right now.
Where is Science 1?
What's that? Science 1?
Where is that going to be located?
It's really in the center of campus. I don't know how to describe where it is. It's kind of on the
northwest.
On the campus?
Stores campus.
On the Stores campus in the northwest corner, across from the parking garage.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I see other people who would like to ask some questions. Representative Terry Wood.
You're
I
muted
mean, I'm
there.
trying to unmute. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Dr. Katsoulias. Great to see you.
Nice
Thank
to
you
see
for your
you.
presentation. I'm glad I got to go because I've got to be out for a 5 o'clock appointment. The 72%, I'm surprised at that because we hear so often how kids don't stay in Connecticut. So is there, I wonder where you got that statistic.
We get it from our career services, Jim Lowe, and Gail, I don't know if you have anything to amplify on that, but
I believe it's a post 6 months after graduation, we do a survey of graduates and they let us know where they are.
Are they employed or at home doing, are they employed in their career of choice? And it's more a rhetorical, I don't need an answer right now. It's just, it strikes me as something of there's a disconnect somewhere because we hear often about how many young people don't stay in Connecticut, yet it appears that they do. Your population does. So just for an ongoing conversation.
Yeah. What this means is that we're also doing a net brain drain from the rest of the country because we have only 72% of our students are in-state and some of them leave. And yet we have 72% of total graduates, including the 28% coming from out of state, who are getting employment here. So students are coming here, getting their degree and staying. And either way, it's good. I think a win for the state because in one sense, you can think of education as an export good. It's an economic sector of the economy that Connecticut does fairly well in. And so it's bringing revenue to the state. And if they stay, even better, right? So, your point about whether they're employed, there's an interesting statistic we've been following for 10 years, which is successful outcomes. And over 10 years, that's risen from the 80th percentile, meaning 6 months after graduation, as Gail said, 80% of students have either found a job, gone to graduate school, or are in the service, military service, or something that they were looking to do. So going back 10 years, that number was 80%. Just last year, before COVID, it creeped up to 90%. So 90%, to give you a perspective, I came from Duke University. That's a number Duke would be proud of. I mean, this is a number characteristic of elite privates, not so much large state publics. And so that's a really good outcome statistic and a credit to the education, but also to our really aggressive career placement services. That dropped after COVID, by the way. So last year it went down to, I think, 85, somewhere around that. It dropped about 5 points, which considering, that we're in the midst of the greatest financial and global crisis in 100 years, that's pretty good. But it did drop a little. So it'll be interesting to follow that in future years.
Yes, and they become loyal UConn fans, which is fabulous. Yes,
especially right now, right?
Yes.
So go Huskies.
Always.
Right.
Second question for you, and then a question for Dr. Aguinobi. Which graduate school has the largest enrollment?
Well, the College of Letters, Arts, and Sciences would probably be the largest, but we have a pretty significant engineering program, and then we have large programs in business.
Graduate schools.
Graduate schools?
Yeah.
You
mentioned largest enrollment. You mentioned something about a largest enrollment for graduate students. Largest enrollment for graduate students.
I actually was quoting largest enrollment of first-year undergraduates is what I meant to say. I may have misspoken. I'm sorry. In graduate students, we were actually slightly down this year primarily because of international student numbers were down. And this is kind of a national trend. We were also slightly down in undergraduate international students, but that was compensated by an increase in out-of-state students. So, our undergraduate enrollment was up overall, but we couldn't really make up for the loss of the international students, mostly because of travel restrictions at the graduate level.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Gary.
I don't have memorized actually the sizes of our various graduate schools.
I would think the engineering school and the law school, well, all three in the medical school.
Yeah.
And I would think they tend to stay in state too, which is also a nice thing for creating that loyalty and support, and the partnership certainly that we have with you all between the legislature and UConn is a good thing. So
Yeah, absolutely. We have, for example, a 100-year relationship with Pratt and Whitney. It's hard to believe. I think it's 101 this year, and we are the largest contributor to their engineering workforce. They recruit from 8 schools, and we're apparently larger than the other 8 combined for them. So it's a great symbiotic relationship and a win-win for Connecticut. And the CEO tells me that there's a reason for this. And the reason is that they find that the graduates of UConn, compared to other places they recruit around the country, are as well prepared, but they stay. Whereas when they recruit around the country, they have a tendency to grow in the company and then leave. And so this is an intentional strategy on their part.
Good loyalty all around.
It is. Yeah.
And then a question, thank you very much for that. And great to see you, and look forward to seeing everybody in person at some point, hopefully light at the end of the tunnel soon.
Miss seeing you in person, absolutely.
And Dr. Agwanobi, thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned something about the federal funding for medical students to support their work.
Yes.
What exactly is that? And what's the funding coming from, and what's it coming for?
Well, I think what I'll do is I'll ask I could explain it, but it would be much more efficient and accurate if I ask Lisa Danville, who from our finance office, to speak a little bit about that GME funding. Lisa, and good, thank you.
Sure. So we get reimbursed from Medicare for our GME residents, and it's based on how many residents we have in each departments. So it's basically an additional funding that we get for our Medicare patients is what we're getting for GME dollars.
So, and I think a way to explain that a little bit further is that Medicare recognizes that when you're training residents, there are costs associated with that. And so they contribute that, but it's based on how many Medicare patients you have and some other factors that they calculate in there. So when you have a GME program, each resident draws down federal funds. And many of those residents, and we have close to 800 residents, they rotate through a consortium. So they're our residents, it's our programs, but we rotate them through, or they are rotated through other hospitals in the state. So those fundings come down to other hospitals as well, such as Hartford or St. Francis.
So does the funding offset their tuition cost? Or does the funding offset the medical center operating cost?
Lisa, do you want to speak a little bit to that, since you do the budgets? How do yeah.
So the money comes in to offset our expenditures. So that's how it covers our patient care. So it's more of money that comes in for our services is how that.
Maybe I can just clarify. The money that we're talking about is coming to residents and fellows and not the medical students. The medical students come in, for 4 years. The Medicare money that we're talking about comes for the residents and fellows who are in their advanced learning, not the 4-year medical student.
Right. They're already doctors. They've already graduated from the medical school, and now they're specializing in different fields.
And they don't pay tuition.
Right.
They're paid.
Got it. Okay. Terrific. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Well, can I just go further with that? They don't pay tuition. They've already completed their work. Is this, so what is this work considered that they're doing?
It's considered, it is considered learning, but they've already graduated from the medical school. Now they're specializing. They're actually paid. They're paid a salary during that specialization period, and they're working. You could say they're doctors working under supervision in different specialties. And they do that for, depending on the specialty, they might do that for 3 years or do it for 4 years. And then they graduate as a surgeon or as a pediatrician or something like that.
All right, I get that. Thank you. That's really very interesting. This is all really great news. Senator Cohen, my co-chair, has her hand up. Would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I don't actually have a question anymore at this point, so I'm grateful to my colleagues who asked such thorough questions. But just want to say thank you, Dr. Katsoulias and Dr. Aguinobi for your presentation. And I also, as the one of the chairs of the legislature's Bioscience Caucus, just want to commend all of the good work and the TIP program in particular. Thrilling to see the innovation coming out of that program, as well as the job creation and the strides we're really making here in Connecticut in the bioscience, biotechnology sector. So it is really, truly amazing to watch the growth of that industry and see that UConn plays such a large role there. So thank you for that, and look forward to hearing more. I'm sure my colleagues have some terrific questions for you today.
Well, I don't know if everybody caught it. I made Senator Cohen my co-chair when she is not my co-chair. It's actually during Representative Borer. You had your hand up, and I don't know, I had Christine on my mind, so I apologize.
That's okay. I don't know who my co-chair is these days either. It was Christine 2 weeks ago, and now you and I are co-chair, yes. Senator Moore. So thank you for all these statistics. They've been really enlightening and very beneficial. And you've answered most of my questions as well. I just wanted to follow up on the UConn Health Center and just make sure I understand, to whom does the health center provide services to?
Right. So we actually provide services to everyone, to every town in the state of Connecticut. So it's one of the reasons we have 169 private rooms, is we sort of match that up. But we've done some analysis, and we've shown that from a clinical perspective, we provide services to every town, whether it's Fairfield County, towards New London, whatever it is, across the whole state. And there's a reason for that. Why would people come from Fairfield County all the way to Farmington? And one of the reasons is that we provide, every hospital in the state provides Medicaid care, because people walk in through the emergency department, they walk into primary care offices, and it pays 60 cents on the dollar. It doesn't pay full costs. But I would say we're the only institution in the state that, as part of our mission, provides Medicaid specialty care. Now, not to say that others don't occasionally provide it, but we provide Medicaid specialty care as part of our mission. So if you need dermatology, you need your hip replaced, you need your heart operation, and you have Medicaid, good luck in finding great care for that. In various places across the nation, it's very hard to find care for that. But fortunately, people come to us for that care, and they not only get care, they get state-of-the-art care in UConn Health for that. So that's one of the reasons. So underinsured, such as Medicaid, uninsured, but also people with full insurance love to come here too, which is good, because then we can take some of those funds and help offset the costs of Medicare patients. That's great.
So how do people know that? How do those that are on Medicaid know that they have the opportunity to go there?
We in our advertisements, and when people contact us, we let them know that we're a public asset here for the people of Connecticut, and once they get into our system, our network, they find out pretty quickly that that's what we do as our mission. But actually, other hospitals across the state and other providers across the state often make sure that people know, and that could be a good or a bad thing, but they often make sure that people know that, and by the way, we have a wonderful relationship with all of the hospitals in the state, and we help each other. But they know as well that we are happy to accept any citizens of Connecticut that need care, and that we have a level of care here that rivals any hospital in the state. So you're not getting subpar care, you're getting the same care or better care in some cases.
Great. And then yesterday, or the day before, all the days blend, we had, maybe it was today, Department of Correction on, and we talked about the healthcare for the inmates.
Yes.
And we know we transferred that. Is there still any connection?
Oh, it's a great question. There's a very deep connection with the Department of Corrections. When we decided to exit the contract with the Department of Corrections, the part that we exited was only that we exited ourselves, was only the care of the prisoners and inmates in the jails and prisons. So we used to actually be inside the jails and prisons taking care of them. Now we're no longer inside the jails and prisons taking care of them. They also did an RFP, and we don't currently do the bulk of the pharmaceuticals and the labs in the prisons. But any patient, any person in the Department of Corrections who needs care on a hospital campus, or outpatient care in a hospital clinic, specialty clinics, they still come to us. So we actually have a whole floor in Yukon Health, our 5th floor, that is dedicated to Department of Corrections outpatients, and we have beds throughout our facility that we use for inpatients as well. So we have a very deep, and I think a very constructive relationship with the Department of Corrections, and we've particularly been there for them during the pandemic, where any of their patients that needed care, we would take care of them and share sort of information and knowledge.
Great, thanks. So on the pharmaceuticals, you said there was an RFP. So the state of Connecticut went out to bid
yes.
For the inmates, for the pharmaceuticals. There was a bid process.
Right. In fact, there was a bid process for, I think, pretty much all of what Department of Corrections does. The part that we have retained is the part I discussed. And again, this is partly because of the long relationship, the care we give, but also the fact that we have the secure facilities, locked facilities for these inmates. I know lab was I think some other entities doing the lab for them in the prisons and jails. We also pharmacy, but we do outpatient care and inpatient care that is needed off-site when it's not inside the actual jails or prisons. I think you might be on mute, Representative.
I was on mute, thank you. I mute myself a lot because of my dog. Earlier, I'm not sure who mentioned it. I think it was maybe you, Tom. You talked about the wastewater evaluation work that you do. And earlier we had on the agricultural experiment station that also does work with wastewater. And you mentioned a lot of laboratories that you work with. Do you work with the state of Connecticut's Agriculture Experiment Center at all?
We have a number of collaborations, on wastewater, and I'm not sure about that one. I would tell you a little bit about our wastewater development during COVID, though. What we did that's different is one of our researchers in our Genomics Institute, Kendra Moss, who is a researcher on genomics and personalized medicine, decided to turn the research equipment to doing PCR sequencing of COVID in wastewater. And this was in the period where testing was insufficient access to testing. And she said, maybe I can help here. And what she did that was different than others who've done waste testing is at Yale, they were doing something where they used the sewage treatment plant, where obviously the concentration is much higher and it's in the form of sludge. It's a much easier problem. She decided to see if she could apply her research techniques in flowing wastewater directly downstream of our dormitories. And there was a eureka moment that I just have to share with you, where the hair on the back of my neck stood up. And what had happened is we had a student who had tested positive, and we had placed them in isolation in Hillside Apartments. And she picked up a trace signal in the effluent downstream of Hillside Apartments from one person. And at that point, we knew we had a powerful tool, and she could do this within 2 hours turnaround. So we started using this to augment our tracking of the disease, and we started to share it with surrounding communities. I've forgotten the names. There were 3 in particular we collaborated with. One was Glastonbury. One that was just nearby us and to the south, I can't remember, had a particular success because they were monitoring wastewater through us, and we were doing it over a period of more than a month. And suddenly we saw it spike up, and we were able to inform the mayor, and the mayor was able to bring the data in the graph to the people of that community and say, it's here right now, you need to lock down. And they did. And what it showed was the power of specificity of information. If you're just vague and you say, we should all just be safe, people won't change their behavior. But when they could see real information, and that's what that wastewater did for us, that was really powerful. And then we shared our pooled testing technology with Quinnipiac and other schools around Connecticut. So it's been a real success for us. And so we are doing lots of partnerships. I don't know specifically the one you mentioned. Maybe Gail or Joanne may know, but I don't have it offhand.
That's great. And it just, all of that great work just underlines how important our support is for your resources and your facilities and your equipment. So thank you for sharing that success story. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Castellas and team, for being there. I appreciate it. It's good to see y'all survive the Baylor game. I barely did.
Barely.
Much better when they double the opponent's score, not that close. That was too close.
A little too close, but so what is it? Survive in advance. We survived in advance. So fingers crossed for Friday.
Oh yes, absolutely. My question is a pretty general one for you, Doctor. Your presentation was great, by the way, and I'm going to watch those videos. But you're usually quick with this bonding subcommittee because you pretty much know what you're getting by statute year after year.
Yeah.
And you have a master plan, I'm sure. You're flexible enough to be able to change that master plan as you see academics changing, as the workforce changes in the future, near future, as it's been changing so fast, it seems lately.
Right.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right.
I think I'm going to get in trouble here, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have Laura Cruikshank here somewhere in one of these 3 pages. I don't see her on my front page, but I assume she's on the second or third. And she can tell you about
I'm here.
process that she's been doing in collaboration with the Board of Trustees. And there are 3 parts to it. One is a sort of deferred maintenance program. One is a refresh of our housing and dormitories, which are average age 45 years old, and some of which are World War II era, and a real threat to competitiveness. And the third is in the area of sustainability and trying to support the governor's goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. And each of those carries an interrelated large investment. And so I'm going to turn it over to Laura to see how much more she would like to add to that.
Thank you, President Katsilas, and good evening, everybody. I think we've qualified into evening now. So I'm very pleased to be here. We did a physical campus master plan in 2015, and we updated every year. We note what we've changed and what has stayed the same. And so that's in terms of the landscape. It's in terms of the entire Storrs campus. It's in terms of the academic plan, and it goes along with all of those things. And as President Katsalea said, we have issues with deferred maintenance, housing, sustainability, which is extremely important. And then we also have what we are working on in terms of a strategic plan, which I think Representative Piscopo would pick up a lot of the things that you're talking about, and then we would reflect that back in the master plan. So the strategic plan in particular, you know, one of the things that our president was talking about was engineering. And what does engineering mean to the state of Connecticut? And how do we help drive be the economic driver for the state of Connecticut and that kind of thing? So we very much take all of that into consideration, and that's literally what we're doing in this spring semester and over the course of the summer. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And Dr. Aguinabi, you mentioned that you hadn't had a capital allocation since 2017. You know, that's kind of one of my alternative ways home. I go by your camp, I go through your campus, and it seems like there's you have a lot of buildings there. You know, it seems like you've been adding on to the UConn Health Center quite a lot. So that, I guess my question is, you made a request for deferred maintenance. The maintenance on those buildings has to be quite a capital investment, right alone. And there was nothing recommended for the biennium for maintenance on those buildings.
Well, what I'm going to do is just before I turn over to Tom Trotter, who is the person who built most of those buildings, and he can talk a little bit about that. I just want to sort of validate what you're saying. We have a new hospital tower, which is 169 private rooms, a new and expanded emergency department, new operating rooms. We have an outpatient pavilion, the beautiful glass building that people come into when they have outpatient needs, which is about 306,000 square feet. We have a 1,400 car parking garage. We did research space renovation, 205,000 square feet of research space. Got the incubator lab addition to the Cell Genome Sciences building. And then we also have education. We did this big construction for the medical and the dental schools, so which allowed for 30% enrollment growth and actually a new type of teaching because of the shape of the building that we put there. So yes, it's just an amazing campus. I think one of the best campuses in Connecticut, definitely in the region. But I'll turn it over to Tom to talk a little bit about, he's very familiar with how those funds were allocated. And Tom, do you want to answer the question about deferred maintenance funds?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Aguinobi, and thank you for the opportunity to be with the committee today. The deferred maintenance is an important point, and it's not necessarily maintenance per se, but it's more what I would describe as capital renewal. And a good portion of the 300 million projection of capital renewal that Dr. Aguinobi spoke of, that was identified as part of the outside consultants' work, is renewing systems that have outlived their useful life. And while Bioscience Connecticut was a major investment, and we accomplished a great deal, and we're very grateful for that, we didn't accomplish everything that needed to be done, and particularly in the original main building, which was built in 1970. So now we're 50 odd years on, and some of those original systems still exist in the main building and to support some of our research labs that were not part of the overall renovation program. And so there's about $120 million on the list of things that, had we have the funds, we would have replaced or upgraded by now. And then looking forward, through the forward-looking years, the next 8 to 10 years, there's another $120 million of things that will age out as the buildings age. There's usually a cyclical bell curve. So believe it or not, our hospital is 5 years old already, or in May it will be. And then when you get to the 10-year mark, there's a typical reinvestment that needs to be made on some of your systems and components of those systems. So it's a cyclical cycle that you go through on replacement. So those are some of the things that the deferred maintenance references would take care of.
Yeah, and Tom, do you want to mention anything about how funds, or Lisa, in terms of Bioscience Connecticut, were funds allocated in Bioscience Connecticut for deferred maintenance?
There were deferred maintenance dollars in there, and if I remember the figure correctly, Lisa, it was about $40 million. Does that ring true with you?
Correct. Yes, that's about the amount.
Yeah, and so that was a great boost as well, and we were able to take care of many things with those funds, and they were expended over the period, a lengthy period of time. And with those dollars, we were prioritizing, taking care of things that were high priority. We want to make sure we protected our assets. So highest on the list is make sure you have your exterior envelope, your roofs, your exterior walls and caulking all done so that you're not deteriorating, your structures aren't deteriorating. So you're protecting your assets from a physical environment, first of all. And then right up there, additional, any safety issues in terms of anything that would be safety related, those are taken care of. And you go down the list in terms of prioritizing things and making sure that you're taking care of those most critical items. And, we accomplished a great deal, but as I say, there's still more to do.
Thank you very much. It's important to hear. You have a line item I'm not familiar with. I wonder if you could help me. It's capital investments for revenue growth, $10 million in your request. Can you?
Yes, that's a great question. So when we talk about capital investment for revenue growth, we're talking about, so if you think about this very, very state-of-the-art campus, both research, teaching, and clinical care, one simple way to look at this is that one of the main financial engine in that whole group, that integrated group, is actually the clinical enterprise, the ability of the clinical enterprise to generate funds. Because obviously tuition, it generates funds, but you can only go so far with it. Research, it generates funds, but a lot of that is spent on research. And unless you can, do through tech transfer and companies, but beyond that, it's really about the clinical enterprise generating funds. So we always think about in our strategic plans about how do we generate more funds from the physicians that we have in the system. And one example is operating room space. So we've grown so much that we are at capacity with our operating rooms. So we have surgeons who are they go to clinic, they come, they operate, but they want more time and they need more space. And that will generate funds. In the clinical area, operations, procedures, those are the things that generate a lot of funds. So we have that. The other sort of revenue growth that we're looking at is new space for our growing clinical enterprise. So for example, near our, you might not know our campus, but near our Munson building, there is land that is being developed by a third-party developer. We would love to be able to go into that land there and actually develop space for our neurosciences center. But the short version, without going into too much detail, is these are us looking at, how can an urgent care, for example, so that we have more referrals. How can we build or renovate or expand our clinical footprint in order to generate more revenue into Yukon Health? And as I said before, our revenue has grown 10% each year for the last 6 years. And if not for the unfunded legacy costs, we actually would have had a surplus as of February, just before the pandemic. We actually showed that we would be about $4 million to the positive from our revenue growth. And that's something that we want to continue post-pandemic, and if we can address the unfunded legacy cost issues.
Thank you again, Doctor. And thank you, Mr. President. And I want to publicly thank Joanne and Gail. They're great conduits for you. And so I appreciate their information that they get us also. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud of them, and they're a real gem for the university and the state.
Can I ask, do you get, I know you do Medicare and Medicaid, do you get clients who have a hospital, have regular insurance come into, private insurance come into the center also?
Oh yeah, actually our payer mix. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. We have a lot of people. Actually, our breakdown of insurance is, and I'm going to look to Lisa. What's our general breakdown? You're on mute. General breakdown of insurance and Medicare versus Medicaid.
I'd have to look that up. I don't know it off the top of my head. I can get you that. But we do in fact take all types of insurance.
So my rough recollection of it is that we have about, I would say about 30%, and I'm going to get these are rough, so we'll get you the actual numbers, but something like 30% insurance, maybe about 40-50% is Medicare, and then the rest is Medicaid. So something in that region. But the short version is that yes, we do provide care. And the great thing about that is whoever you are, whether you're Medicaid, uninsured, or fully insured, you get the same care that you would receive anywhere in the state. You get state-of-the-art care. And actually our doctors, a lot of our doctors use Yukon Health, which is a good sign that we're doing what we should be doing for the citizens.
So
and it also
is this sliding scale or no?
Well, when people are uninsured, we have programs, charity programs, and other programs that we look at to help them. I don't know if we would call it a sliding scale. Lisa, do you want to speak to that? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was looking up the payer mix as we were talking, just to give you the mix.
Right.
We have about 44% Medicare, 24% Medicaid, and then 25% commercial. And then there's a mix of 7% of other types of insurance. So those are the numbers. Sorry, I didn't know.
Thank you. I was off by a factor of 5% here or there.
Could you give me that again?
Sure, I'm sorry. 44% Medicare, 24% Medicaid, 25% commercial, and then there's a 7% other in that mix too.
And yeah, and so and Lisa, so when we have patients who are uninsured or underinsured, I know that we work with them on their payments, and we have, just like every facility, we have different types of charity care, et cetera. Do you want to add to that? The question was about sliding scale.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that.
Okay.
I don't deal with that directly,
All right.
so I can get you something.
That's fine. We'll get you that information, Senator. But to let you know, yes, we do have programs that work with patients who are underinsured and have to pay a lot out of pocket. Of course, Medicaid, we accept Medicaid as it is. You know, Medicaid pays us and we accept that. Same thing with Medicare. But when you're uninsured and you're paying out of pocket, we do work with those people to make sure that it's something that we can address for them.
So you're saying you accept the reimbursement rates for whatever Medicare and Medicaid offers?
Yes.
And so I'm thinking really of undocumented immigrants. If they came to the hospital and did not have health insurance, where would they fall? Would it be charity?
We'll have to get you the specifics about how I think we treat them just like any other underinsured people. But we'll get you the specifics of that.
That would be helpful to know that.
Right. We don't turn anyone, we don't turn anyone away. That is for sure.
You're something like the federally qualified health centers. They don't turn anyone away either for regular care, but not for hospital care.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't turn
Thank
away. We don't turn away anyone that comes to us, whether they need hospital care or outpatient care.
Thank you. I had a brother who talked about UConn all the time, and this is about 15 years ago, and I had no idea. And he said, "Do you really want the state of the art?" And he was a double amputee, and he'd go up there for many things. And I was like, "What are you going to UConn for?"
Yeah.
He said, "For the best health care you ever want to get."
Yeah.
So that's kudos to you all.
Well, thank you. I thank you. I'm so proud of, I have to say, I'm so proud of all of the employees, the physicians, the people that support them. It honestly is, every hospital and every health system will say their care is great, and most times it is. But I can honestly say there's a real pride here that we deliver. And it's not just the buildings and the equipment that all of you have supported, it's the people too. And the people know that they have a public mission. And part of their mission is to provide access to people in Connecticut, regardless of ability to pay, but not access to suboptimal care, access to state-of-the-art care. And I think most families, even families that have insured people in them, usually have people that don't have full insurance and that need care. And this is a great place to get it.
Thank you. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm actually responding to Representative Wood's notice that the engineering students, graduates, are mostly finding work in Connecticut, which is really good. And she seemed surprised by that. But when Program Review and Investigations Committee looked at the types of graduates we were turning out in Connecticut, and then what happened to them, they found that if they had picked the right career, they were very happy to stay in Connecticut. And if they had gotten into an overrepresented career, such as primary school education, then they sometimes had to move out of state because they picked a field that was vastly overstuffed in Connecticut. So I wanted to ask President Katsilas, do you regularly talk to the Commissioner of Labor to try to line up the offerings with what the Commissioner thinks will be the future job growth in Connecticut? Do you regularly communicate with that Commissioner?
Yeah, mostly with the Governor's Workforce Council. Garrett Moran, we were working very closely. He's recently stepped down, and Kelly, I forgot, we have now close with the new person, Kelly.
Valerie's.
But yes, we work very closely, and there's a push-pull, right? So push-pull refers to what is it that industry needs, that's the pull, and then what is it that the universities are producing, which is the push. And sometimes the push responds to interest from students, and where they converge is in areas like data science and computer science, where there's sort of an unlimited demand on both sides. There's a huge pull for anybody with a background in data analytics, and there's huge demand from the student side too. The other areas we look at, a really good example is in social work. There's a high demand for social workers, and particularly bilingual social workers, and there's shortage in the state. And we had planned to increase our production in the master's level for that before COVID hit. And then because of the financial crisis we were in, we had to stop that, the rollout of that planned program. So when we come to the legislature and we ask for the state block grant to be maintained at sea level, it's so that we can restart those kinds of programs that respond to the greatest need of the state. We had to make some really difficult decisions facing the largest shortfall in the history of the university. But we're really in a position now to basically support the recovery of the state by increasing workforce production in areas of greatest need for targeted industries.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you're meeting with the Governor's Workforce Council on a regular basis. That's really important.
Yeah, and the other meeting that I've begun is really at the urging of the governor and the chair of the board of trustees. Is I formed a president's corporate advisory council, which is made up of CEOs from across the state, There's about 8 or 10 of them, from CEO Pratt Whitney, Stanley Black and Decker, and Hartford, and so on. And I meet with them twice a year, and they also give me advice on how we can better support corporate and small business needs, both in terms of we're revising our process and our portal for how we interface with companies, and also revising where we create an emphasis in the workforce as a result of the input we get from them. So, one example is we got feedback from them that they need people in business who are trained specifically in what are the nuances of management in virtual settings. So we're trying to respond to that. So that's an example.
Good. That's really terrific. And I also want to chime in that your two agency liaisons are really terrific, Gail and Joanne. No matter what we throw at them, they come back cheerfully with it and respond to us. And so we trust them, and we find them really dependable and honest in their answers. So just wanted to give them a public thank you.
Yeah, they're awesome.
For that shout out, Representative. I couldn't agree more. They're the best.
And thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Kate Farrar.
Thank you, Chairwoman Moore. Hi to you all. Thanks for being here. And just a couple of questions. My colleagues covered so much, but I just had a quick follow-up question on what they covered. So a little bit following up on what Senator Moore and then Representative Mushinski was asking about, particularly with our stellar engineering program at UConn, as you noted. Do you have or could share the demographics of the engineering program specifically? I know all of us have a lot of focus on how we're recruiting more women and people of color into that field, and I would just love to have a sense of, since we're producing so many at UConn, what the demographics look like.
Yeah. So one point of pride is that UConn has been seen the fastest growth in the country over a couple of years in the number of women in the engineering program. So the national average has dropped from a high of 24% to something under 20% nationally. It's come kind of the wrong direction after making some progress over decades. And I can speak to this because I was a dean of engineering before I wore this hat. UConn is up in the high 20s, and so it is, pushing on that frontier. And just this year, we received a gift from Mark and Elizabeth Vergnano, a $3 million gift to start the Vergnano Center for Inclusion, and it is a umbrella organization that brings together all the services that we provide to support underrepresented groups, including people of color and women in engineering. I don't have the numbers in terms of off the top of my head in terms of the breakdown in engineering graduates, but that's an area where we're working very hard, where we build learning communities to ensure that we support the students when they're here. We have a very early version of a very successful bridge program that helps bring underrepresented groups from around the state and around the country and prepare them to transition successfully into university life. That has worked incredibly well. I mean, we have a really terrific transformative leader of that program who's very committed, but those students who come to that program, graduate and go out and get terrific career positions. So I don't have the exact statistics on that, but it's really an exciting time for that. The whole university, the commitment to inclusion, anti-racism, there's a palpable sense of movement right now in terms of faculty recruiting. Our faculty has been sort of stuck at about 20% diverse for about a decade, and the new hires this year, the latest numbers from the provost, it's close to 40% diverse. So we're going to start making progress in being the institution we want to be, which is one that's representative and reflects the student body that we teach. And the
Thank you,
demographics.
Doctor. Yeah, and certainly feel free, for your team to follow up on more of the details. I think as legislators, there's many of us that want to support as much as we can with the K through 12 infrastructure, to meet some of those goals.
Sure.
And then secondly, just to follow up on some of the Yukon Health bonding requests, I know it's about 57 in the first year of the biennium and about 23 in the second. I'm assuming that's based on, again, just the deferred years and trying to fast track some of the needs that have been hanging out there. But if you all could send us even a listing of what your anticipated those 2 years look like as a priority list, I think that would be helpful just for our background.
Okay, I think our team will follow up with that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question in light of the pandemic and the amount of hybrid and remote learning. It's not lost on me that my private school education, I think, started at 3,500 and finished at 5,400. And that same school is now at 65,000 a year. Granted, I am 63, but we've got an inexorable surge in pricing, and you've got a wide student body base, those who are independent learners and those who are going to need intensive. So I'm wondering what you're envisioning in the model going forward I know that probably could be a 30-day seminar, but in short, what you're thinking in terms of the remote, because you've got, as I understand, a lot of kids can start in the 2-year communities, colleges, and then get to the campuses for a more moderate priced education. Have we focused in terms of price versus delivery on some alternatives? Because as we try to widen the model for access to the education, there's two things. If I want to sit here and nickel and dime you, I want to ask what you can do cheaper. Right. But I guess I'd be better off taking it to the point is how can we reach a broader spectrum of the population to get them educated with the same dollars we give you? And is there a chance for that?
Yeah, no, this is such a profound question and such an important one. Thank you for asking it. There is a huge increase in segmentation of the higher education market, and we sit within one particular niche of that, which is the residential college experience. And while there are things we can do to be quote unquote more efficient in terms of in terms of what we deliver, it is the highest value, highest cost approach to earning a higher education degree. I am a believer of seamless pipelines to give people options and pathways of how they go through. I went through the community college system myself in California, 2 years at Santa Monica College, and then on to a major public flagship at UCLA. And that was the right thing for me. And I like to emphasize to students that, you're not limited. You're not limited, and the community colleges offer great opportunities. The state colleges offer great opportunities, and Yukon offers a great opportunity. Our focus is to figure out, to your point, Representative, is how can we deliver more and deliver better based on what we've learned as a result of COVID. And so we have a committee on the future of learning and teaching that is thinking hard about that with the lessons learned. And it includes faculty, staff, and students. And just to give you a hint of what I expect to come out of that is an analogy. The analogy is this: when you went to school, you probably had some entry-level courses that had large, were done in a large auditorium. And then you probably, and I'm guessing you went to a private, so you also had some really in-depth focused seminar courses that were probably 10 or 20 students with a faculty member, which you probably valued a great deal, I hope. Looking at your success, I suspect that had a positive impact on you. That was probably more valuable to you than if all your classes had been 50 in size. right? And I think we have the same recognition at UConn, but in the faculty, we have large classes and we have small intensive classes with regular research faculty. And we feel that that delivers a more valuable experience to students than if everything were homogenized. Now we add to that mix online learning. And I'm expecting that most students, you know, a year or so from now are going to want to have 4 courses in person and 1 person online. And that will be more convenient for them and a better learning experience for them, and more cost effective for us, in the same way that teaching a larger class can allow us to redeploy those resources to give that kind of in-depth personal experience in smaller close encounters with faculty. The other thing that we're really focusing on right now is shifting on the value proposition for residential college higher education. And I call that value proposition life transformative education. And the idea is that there's research that shows that if you bring certain types of experiences to students while an undergraduate, that it can lead to higher well-being and work engagement throughout life. And turns out that those things are not just the knowledge you learn in an accounting class or a calculus class or in your English class. It's the opportunity to apply what you've learned in those classes to an authentic real world situation with an emotionally supportive mentor. And so that's the real value proposition that we offer as a residential college experience that cannot be replaced by doing an online university. And we need to focus on, you know, where that value proposition is. And I think UConn has the opportunity to lead in that, actually, in higher education, and redefine what the frontier is for higher education is in general. You know,
I was going to suggest, you know, this is outside my realm, obviously.
Yeah.
It's not an educator, that you consider some hybrid models with differing pricing structures, and then take an evaluation of the quality of the education. So you got an on-campus, off-campus experience that could materially reduce the price. And you might find that you can hit a point that materially, it's more that there's an incremental group of people we can't afford to reach because of their price point in consumption, that you ought to think, even if there's a marginal sacrifice, what we can do to give them access to that higher education. It would serve us all as a state and as a people to get more people into the experience at some level and in a hybrid, even if it has to be hybrid. I mean, the state has to move forward, is my thought.
It's a noble goal, and there's a lot of detail to work out on it, but it is, you know, consistent with our mission is to provide high quality education that's affordable and accessible. That's and those two are always in tension. So figuring out how to do that best and is the challenge. So yeah, to be continued, but a great question, a great point.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I don't see any other questions or comments. I just want to say it was wonderful to talk to you all. This was very, especially for the end of the last person for us to talk today. It was very enlightening, very uplifting. So proud of you all, and I've learned more about UConn today than I ever knew beyond the basketball and where it's located, and the Department of Ag. I know about the ag up there also, but I just want to thank you really, and I think we all appreciate what you're doing. You're making Connecticut proud. I was not surprised about the number that stay in Connecticut that go, but I think it's often forgotten about how great our schools are and what we're doing here in Connecticut. So thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you to my co-chair, my ranking, and the other members. Appreciate you all.
Thank you for having us. It was wonderful to talk with you today. Thank you for your leadership, not just for UConn, but for all of the state. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you. Take care.
Very much.
Take care. Bye.
I'm going to conclude this bonding meeting unless someone has a question. Let me see. Look, hands up. Nobody has any. All right. Wonderful evening. Enjoy. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Good